Right, so I'm back with part two of the Boudica. I rewatched part one and I noticed there were some mistakes. So I made a few little changes before doing this video. So one of the changes was this scene here. And I just feel like... Normally my dialogue's decent, but I feel like some of my dialogue is a bit bum at the minute. I mean, I should be a bit kinder on myself because... I finished this, we're in April now, so it was 2 months ago. Well, it was first week of February. And I've not looked at it since. So it is still in the early stages. This is like, in the equivalent of Bloody Mary, it's like me doing a draft of, like redoing a draft of Bloody Mary I wrote like 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. So that screenplay is going to have less issues than say this one. And I did say this one was easier to write, and that is true in the sense of an early draft, as in, I started writing this, in December maybe of last year? Yeah, it would have been December. And then I finished what I classify as a readable first draft. I finished that at the end of January. Then the consultant I worked with had a look at it. And then I did another draft after that with his feedback in mind. And that's the one that I finished at the start of February. And then the previous 2 months I was working on the Conquest of Gaul. So I probably should be a bit kinder on myself, but because I had that note in mind about being a bit modern in parts, I feel like I was removing a lot of apostrophes. You know, so instead of saying I'll put I will or I shall. I suppose it's not really necessary. I searched up I say last night, it was this morning, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Because I wanted them to be a bit posher. You know, do posh people speak with apostrophes? And it was saying it doesn't really matter too much. The robot was saying it doesn't really matter too much. So what I might do... My brain was fried for most of... I probably shouldn't even have done it, to be honest. You know, staying up until silly o'clock. I'm going to be up until silly o'clock anyway, because my sleep pattern's unholy. But, what I might do, I might whiz through... So we're on page 55 from this morning. But I might just whiz through the dialogue in particular. I know that all the action lines can still be improved as well, because there's so much action in this with the fighting. It is going to take... I am going to have to go through it like 50 times ultimately to really iron out. And that's not including if my style isn't the best for it. But yeah, I might just sort of glance through the dialogue mainly. So I shouldn't be too long. Normally I read the dialogue out loud to myself, but I didn't really want to do that with it being recorded. I know I speak some of the dialogue sometimes, but normally I would full on read it out. I think that's okay. See this? I might try and see if I can improve that. Or maybe make it a touch snappier. There's no soul in this kingdom. We won't be here for long. He's writing what he's saying, as in... And then he says it also later on, doesn't it? It's like a little... I don't know what you'd call it. It's not a setup and payoff, but there's probably a word for it, where you kind of mention something again. I'll just leave it open. I don't know why, but I like that. Such pompous idolatry. They make a mockery of that, you know. I speak only truth, man. That's what. I know we might say, oh, I only speak the truth, but I don't know, I think that can work. Yes, and your truth has been a seal in my ears all morning. In fact, yeah, so I think I removed the apostrophe if I remember right there. I might go back to what it might originally would have been. You can say hello and count to 10, but that's about all. I don't know if that sounds a bit... Because I am trying to keep in mind about it being a bit modern. You can say hello and count to 10, but that's about all. It's a start. Does he even need to say it's a start? You could probably just go straight in. The procurator expresses gratitude for taking additional travel here. Kemal Dunham is rather boring for his taste, so he comes here as often as his work dictates. We shall tend him at the amphitheatre. You think I can make a woman out of this one? I don't disagree. Yeah. I know I used that line in my Conquest of Garter as well. I do have a tendency to reuse a lot of my dialogue. It's more so if I think something's good, I might not use it in everything if it works. I kind of like I don't disagree. Rather than saying I agree, it's... I don't know what you'd use, a double negative or something. I don't disagree. Our esteemed guests have arrived. Please make yourselves comfortable. The Emperor has, well, he has me by the metaphorical testes, so to speak. I need to increase the taxes in this province, 10% effective immediately. This will be for all tribes allied with Rome. Troublemakers like the Trinovantes shall be charged a further 5%. He wants to increase the taxes by 10%. Of course, it's money, money, money. Of course, it's money, money, money for the gluttonous Rome. This will squeeze us dry of every ounce of wealth we have. Do we have a choice in the matter? No. Tell him we will solemnly swear by this increase, but I desire access to the Watling Street trade routes. That's kind of pointless, that line. The king accepts the proposal, but has kindly asked for access to trading routes along Watling Street. Excellent, I'm sure we can make this arrangement. Ooh, you'll love this one. Ooh, you'll love this one. Call him the champion of Icenorum. That's like my old, the champion of Gorgoroth on the game. It's quite popular in these parts, the ladies' loom. I bet they do. I'll have to mop the place up afterwards. I know another woman who loved him, his mother. I could probably... I remember when you stole him from her embrace. Let's have a look. I know another woman who loved him, his mother. I remember when you stole him from her embrace, as you have so many of our young men. Maybe I could add something like, he was quite popular with us, or something like that. Remember when you stole him from her embrace, as you have so many of our young men. I don't know. I can't. I'm struggling to think of something that's good though. Remember when you stole him from her embrace, as you have so many of our young men. Yeah, so I'm implying that Boudica actually saw this, because they did have to give young people away as tribute, like young lads, and then these young lads would join the Roman army as auxiliaries, and then they'd be sent all over the world. They wouldn't be in Britain. It's another way of preventing an uprising, because if you take away most of the young men, then they won't have an army to fight against you, and these men can't really betray you if they're in another country. Maybe something like Our Ladies Loved Him Too. I don't know. I'll just leave it for now. Is it really necessary? I'll leave it for now, because this is more... I just want to kind of just whiz through the dialogue. It's not going to be perfect. Maybe I could put his name. The Queen hopes Finton and the other boys sent us tribute are serving Rome well. Winton's King... trying to get a rise out of him, can't help but smile. You're an arrow in the arse, do you know it? You are an arrow in the arse, do you know that? The littlest dog doesn't understand, doesn't it? I think that's a bit clunky as well. Doesn't know, doesn't hurt. I feel like I might have heard something like that from somewhere before. I noticed that I do come out with stuff that's, you know, when you've watched so much over the years, and some things, I noticed that with my Conquest of Gaeta, especially when I did it as a novice. There were so many things in that were like from Star Wars, for example, and I didn't even realise it. But I have heard that sort of phrase before. Something doesn't know doesn't hurt. See that, I changed that, didn't I? And that, it will not be long now. It feels clunky, that. Whereas I liked it as it's not long now. I feel like I've got that in my Conquest of Gaeta as well. Yeah, I have. The Demiurge says it to Barbello, and then Barbello says it to the Demiurge. It's not long now. It's like, yeah, we've been through 3 movies. It's like, please, I hope it's not long now. See that, I thought that was... This is because I was half asleep. They call us uncivilized, that they observe sort of a pressure. Because it was watch. Yet they... I feel like there's a better way of saying that. There is a better way of saying this. They call us uncivilized, yet they something sort of a pleasure. Or maybe they see slaughter as pleasure. I don't know. I thought that was clunky when I did it, but I'm trying to, like I said, I was trying to... Normally I don't go through stuff with such a focus on something because it can mess you up. The cause uncivilized. Yet they watch sort of for pleasure. What was that? But they see slaughter as pleasure. Because uncivilized, yet they find pleasure in slaughter. It's definitely a better way. Because uncivilized, yet they find pleasure in slaughter. They call us uncivilized, yet they find pleasure in slaughter. Another 1,000 quid. Yours is an intriguing tribe. The way they spoke of this province back home, I thought, what would possess Claudius to grace these shores and bring civility to such beasts? Yet here we are, acquainted, friends even. Now see now, friend of Rome. Let us drink to that friendship. He desires to toast our friendship, none less as indulgent. That's it. I changed. Yeah. So right. I think I changed this after watching the video. I need to reread this as well because I felt it was a bit clunky. I said something about amenities. What is this morning me going on about? It's like, if you need any amenities, he will oblige. Should you have a request? Should you have a request, he will oblige. You're talking shit, Synagogus. I think I originally had it as if you need anything, he will oblige, or something like that. But I don't know, because he says need anything as well. It's almost like we're just repeating the same thing. And I understand he is translating, but you kind of want to have it a little bit different. Otherwise it will get a bit annoying. If they need anything during their stay, please let me know and I can see to it. Well, you're lying. Should you have a request, he will oblige. I have one request. Right. I do have one request. May I visit one of their healers? If they need anything during their stay, please let me know and I can see to it. Should you have a request, he'll oblige. He'll oblige. I do have one request, may I visit one of their healers? I wonder if there's a better way of just restructuring the scene that gets this point across. Maybe you could have like a coffin fit or something. And then the Catus guy can be like, oh, let me get one of our healers. That might be a bit better. Because it saves having to translate everything. Or maybe because it's stomach cancer or something. Maybe he could just spew his guts. Yeah, I might do that actually. I might do that. Yeah, so he's sort of, I don't know how to describe, not raising his hand, but he's sort of, you know, when you sort of gesture you're okay, but you're struggling to speak, so you don't say it, but you sort of like lift your hand a bit. And the feet of a slave woman. Maybe something like this is a bit better. I could do with... I'll have to edit it a few times when I'm going back through it. What's that trying to say? Does it want me to put massaged? Probably. We don't do that in screenplays, we do present tense. So King Prasuticus massages his stomach. Please excuse me. He stands. Boudica's like, my lord. Gestures that he's okay. Gestures that he's okay. Despite his discomfort, he staggers, then spews near the feet of a slave woman. I apologise. He collapses. Do a great risk. Are there other methods of healing? He desires to toast our friendship, then let us indulge him. Please excuse me, my lord. I apologise. My lord. So shout that. He has a sizable tumour. This will be the cause of his many ailments. I could perform surgery with a great risk. Are there other methods of healing I could provide? I could provide an oral remedy, but the effectiveness is limited. And then how long, meaning how long does he have? Weeks. Yeah, so I like the ugly silence, so I could provide an oral remedy, but the effectiveness is limited. So Sinaiticus knows they're not going to be able to do anything. Dogs allowed. So he hesitates, it's like how long? And then there's like a prolonged ugly silence. Weeks, maybe months. I might shut the window. Yeah, I'm going to shut it. Yeah, so ugly silence. I think I saw someone else's screenplay. I think they use this. So admittedly, I probably have nicked this off someone, but I thought it was really good. It just got the point across perfectly. So I thought, I'll borrow that. Weeks, maybe months. Do not tell my wife. Don't tell my wife. Yeah, so Boudica's in the carriage waiting, he's going towards it. And Sinaiticus stops. Then he watches it with a heavy heart, because he doesn't want to lie. Or hide the truth. The proposals here, so he's just finishing the will. We're not going to sit there and listen to it all. So this is just the last bit. The proposals herein shall lead to a prosperous future between the Iceni and Rome. And then he gives it. I am not much longer for this world, Sinaiticus. I feel it in my heart. To stand is to run now. Kinda like that. And he gives it him for when the time comes. Good form, gentlemen. Don't lie to them, your majesty. This one needs a mighty kick up the hind end. Those young men are handsome. I'm sure one of them is a bachelor. Haven't the time for gallivanting, that's fine. And when I first beheld my husband, when he first took my hand, I was the most fortunate woman in all of Albion. Time has not been kind to him of late, but I seen him. Could that be removed? Been kind to him of late, but I still see in him the strapping young man that he once was. Settle down, children. The Queen is a busy lady. Run along now. Sorry, Minster, you need to apologise. How's your harvest? The Romans have taken nearly half my seasonal crop. It's supposed to be 30% for the tax or tribute or whatever excuse they use. It's thieving is what it is. Typical Romans. I shall advise my husband of this. And then he's going to get you. Yeah, that's fine. Look good over a fire, you would. We'd hunt now. Not even the gods could catch me, so could you? See about that. His body is failing him. I've given him the flower of Indraste, but I fear his days are few. That's fine. Bring me my wife. Sweet sunflowers, one day the responsibility of guiding our kingdom will fall to you. Your ailment will pass, the gods will. I prayed on this, and me. I won't be here forever, girls. Even with all the blessings of the gods, it is important you understand how much I both love and cherish you. You have to be brave, for your mother shall need you when I'm gone. Your father needs to rest, wenches. Let's get you fed before bed. Remember who I was, not what I have become. Remember who I was, not what I've become. There is no need to weep for me, or there's no need to weep for me. Was that in Bloody Mary? Now that I think about it. Is it something like, you don't need to weep for me, you've been the parent for as long as I have? It won't surprise me. Because like I said, I feel like I've reused so much of my dialogue. There is no need to weep for me. What I've become. There's no need to weep for me. I might do that. There's no need to weep for me. I won't leave you. I'm just a room away. I'm just a room away. Go eat and rest. Your king commands. Given and proud, have our kingdom come my passing half for the girls, you should be their regents. Rome does not accept the will of queens. I fear greatly what they would. I fear greatly what they would do to us in your absence. I fear greatly what they will do to us in your absence. I've been assured they will. An attack on you will be an attack on Rome. They will protect you. Our people will be better for this arrangement. Our line shall prosper for generations. The girls will have a say in the governance of our kingdom. I cannot let you endure the same fate as the Trinovantes. We needn't ponder on all this. You shall soon be on your feet. Besides, I haven't the time for your kingly duties. A lady has to mother a pair of quarrelsome foals, let alone a kingdom. So I think that's like young horses or something. So it's not a spelling mistake as in fools, it's actually foals. A lady has to mother a pair of quarrelsome foals, let alone a kingdom. My time is spent. You with me, of course. She has matters to attend. She won't be long now. If I ever loved you both very much, don't you ever think otherwise? I'm sure I've got that from somewhere as well. I feel like I reused that as well, like a variation of this. Don't you ever think otherwise? So somehow that's in my head as well. Probably for some random movie or something. Why did the gods not help him? I don't understand. Please stay with us tonight. Half will not satiate Rome unless your majesty. Rome will not acknowledge the queen. I echoed this same concern to my husband. He said they have accepted the arrangement. But if they cast us from our lands, they did the Trinovantes, then we'll lop the fucking heads off them. They've no reason to. The Iceni have been nothing but compliant. You are too anxious, gentlemen. Yeah. I shall go to Camel Dunham and visit the procurator. I shall put to rest our anxiety and ensure his proposal favours us. Time I am capable of leading in my husband's stead. The women of Rome may not have the strength or wit to govern, but here in Albion we do. I will not be disregarded on important matters. It is vital they know. I'm a writer, not a speaker, which is probably obvious. Just saying it so monotone, I'm probably messing words up as well. You understand Rome's customs forbid women to hold power. but here in Britannia, queens are equally capable rulers. Her Majesty is often involved in the King's Council. She expresses her confidence in governing the kingdom. She foresees a prosperous union between Iceni and Rome. I do not doubt her abilities for a moment. Again, I shall need some time to study the proposals. Safe journey home. Who does one thing? Burn has become too brazen of late. An example of that. Countless of journey resistance remain counter. The man will not die for a woman. We fail to repay them. We seize the kingdom. Yeah, so I think I changed that to them. It was it on the last video. That was one of the changes I made. Yeah, I feel it's a bit... What is it with I'm going to sleep with you from now on versus I'm going to sleep with you from now on? Why does it feel more clunky with the I am? Going to sleep with you from now on, would you like that? Yes. And then the chick says, I shall leave you to it. Careful, wenches. It's too early, darling. Maybe I could... A posher way. The day is young. The day is young, darling. And I have important matters to attend soon. That's a bit fancy, isn't it? The day is young. It's too early. The day is young. Fuck it now. The day is young, darling. I have important matters to attend soon. I have important matters to attend. I suppose the soon is implied. Our lives will change from here. I must care for the kingdom now. I do not have the time for play, and neither do you. A few years from now you will be queen. Oh, come here. What about this? Tonight I shall braid both your hair and you can braid mine. Would you like that? Is that clunker? As if I know what women and daughters do. Mothers and daughters do. What about this? Tonight I shall braid both your hair and you can braid mine. Would you like that? To repay your debt for 40 million sesterces with interest. What's the middleman say? I don't know. These fucking savages haven't two wits to play with. I've fair better lecturing dogs. Failure to pay will result in possession of your land and property. Transfer for your debt to Rome, 50 million sesterces. There must be a mistake. I'll contract with the procurator. Give us 30 years to repay the debt. It was something like that in real life as well. They'd have had a lot longer. The agreement has changed. I am altering the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further. So that's another Star Wars reference. As well, this must certainly cover any debt the procurator seeks. Myself and the Queen very recently met with him. We do not speak of this. The will is a gift. The debt is not. We return tomorrow. I quite like that. We choose now of all times to do on the debt and inform certain procurator. There's no reasoning with this man. He's made Rome's desire clear today, just as I feared. Even if we could repay them, do you think... Even if we could repay them, do you truly think it would be enough to quench their thirst? The Roman vanguard will not stop until every blade of grass in Albion is crushed beneath their boot. As the cow they milk our bodies for all we can give. We are free in name alone, Sinatigus. They will come tomorrow with more men. That's fine. These barbarians call a queen. There's nothing womanly about their ginger goats. $20 million today. I think I can improve this. That is not even half. That isn't even half. Maybe you could just... You can pay 20 million today. 20 million. It is all we have at this moment. Let's negotiate a payment plan. Take anything of value, torch the rest, kill any you resist. 20 million. It's implied, isn't it? What's happening? We're going to hide. I feel like I can improve this slightly. You do not come out without I or your mother's say. I feel like I've got an idea of... We're going to hide. You won't come out. You won't come out unless I or your mother say. You won't come out. You don't come out. Or maybe the stress of the do not. You do not come out until I or your mother say. We're going to hide. You do not come out until I or your mother say. You do not come out until I or your mother say it's safe. You do not come out until I or your mother say it's safe. You shall answer dearly for this. Bind her. The curse look me in the eye, sir. We have not wronged you, put at the side as soon as possible together as we agreed. Tell her to take us to her estate. Imagine a queen with plentiful riches. Yeah, I'm gonna try and breeze through this because this is the intense bit. Something like this, I'll probably just go through this not recorded. I understand, you know, it's not a very nice thing to read, is it? And I don't want to be saying out loud some of the stuff this guy says. Maybe that's kind of implied because they are coming out with the jewels. You'd steal the wealth of a helpless widow, such mighty men you are. You're ghastly to my eyes, woman. She'll take more than that to break my spirit. So I'll be over soon. It'll be over soon. And it just says Rome, death in Latin. Hurt you again, I'll make sure of it. If they won't hurt you again, I shall make sure of it. I know some father, they won't hurt you again, I shall make sure of it. Still our wealth. Yeah, so I deleted the for all to behold. It felt a bit clunky. They murdered our people, stole our wealth, soured my daughters. We are beyond reason now. The only response we have is war. We alone do not have the strength to defeat Rome. They will not stop here. We either stand and fight or die. Then I'd either die fine. I just try to make an army of Albion. Perhaps then we could rid this Roman scourge, like the barbarians in Germany. Bloody hell. That cough has annihilated me. Bloody hell. Does rally you make sense? Know that I will both support and rally you. I know what I mean. I'm gonna have a couple of minutes and get a drink, and hopefully my voice will come back. But yeah, it shouldn't be too long before I get to page 55 again. Maybe a few minutes.
Alright. Well, I think if you do it now, say if you did it now, it failed. Because I think it was generally down to the fact that I was like, oh my god, what the fuck just gone on? Yeah, mental.
I'm just glad you're alright. Because I don't
Oh,
mean to
yeah.
sound nasty, it's his own fault. Why are you wheeling up the fucking motorway and then, so as he's landed, do you reckon that's
So
when he's
he's gone like that and then gone like that, and then he's like swerved out the way. Obviously, he must have the car behind me, swerved that car, and as I've done that, he's then just gone. So I'm turning like this, and he's swerved and gone boom like
So
that.
you nearly hit the car, swerved out the way
Yeah,
and
and
hit
then
you?
boom, and hit me like that. Didn't even feel it. I only heard it go like that, and I was like, yeah, because I saw it happen, but because obviously whenever I turn lane, I always look before then, look during, just in case someone flies up. But I had no chance to stop that because he was already like I said. I reckon if I'd have indicated or if I'd have turned or not, he'd have come off his bike anyway because he were like that.
Yeah. Was he young?
Yeah, he looks about 20. Looked well young. Ginger lad. Feel sorry for him. It's his own fault, but I just hope he doesn't. I hope he learns his lesson and he's not like permanent damage. Like, if he'd have gone flying off the bike or something, like he'd paralyse him right now. That'd be weird. Well, I think he's alright. I've got him looked in the mirror and he's like that. So like, as in like, he's looking at me.
Yeah, I'm back. Oh, I'm gonna open the window again. Hopefully it's not as noisy. It's too warm in here otherwise. Let's have it. I don't know if I can improve this line. Have you gotten to talking with any of them? Have you gotten to talking with our... have you gotten to talking... I mean, this is too much of a modern way of saying it, but, you know, what's the word on the street? I want something similar. Have you gotten to talking with any of them? Lord added is eager to join your cause, but the others less so. Let's hope I can convince them. If you would lend me your ear for a moment. You have all learned by now the difference between freedom and slavery. This is the real speech. You have all been deceived by the law and promise at Rome. I'm not going to go through it all. The Romans raised the city on the corpses of my people. They build monuments mocking us. Whilst you all suckle Roman teats, my people were slaughtered. My people, why don't I say my people are slaughtered, cast from their homes and forced to live like animals. This Roman plague has infested our island for far too long. Heart breaks you both, but the Romans cannot be defeated. I've watched with my own eyes one Roman legionary defeat a dozen men. We would need an army 1,000,000 brave. A united Albion could field such an army. Let's put your plight, I truly do back in the face my well wishes. To them what they have done to mine. If we stand together. The Germanics were victorious. The Germanics defeated them. So why can't we? Even if we were victorious, Rome will no doubt retaliate, and it's my kingdom they shall strike first, and with full ferocity. My people haven't the courage or ability to fight, courage or ability to wage a war with Rome. I haven't the eyes or ears to speak of this communion. but I cannot take any part in the campaign. I pray for your swift victory. May we all commune once more in a Romanless Albion. So no one else or none of you stand for reason for your own will and freedom. I am sorry, Boudica, but I cannot, not the last time. Kojid, whatever. Kojid may not. Kojid, what was it? May seek no. Dodgy name may seek no part in this communion. May want no part in this communion. Want's fine. But he does not speak for all of the Caturvalani. I have a few thousand willing to fight, good men. There will be thousands more across Albion who would join us. I shall travel far and wide to find them. Until we next meet. Yeah, so I like this line as well. Bravery may elude the others. Let them live in slavery if they wish. Boudica said something. I think this was supposed to be at Watling Street. I think so. Again, it's similar to the Roman. There's a couple of different versions, and both of them are good. And in one of them, apparently, she said it something like, "That is what." Something about standing against them. That is what I, a woman, will do. Let the men live in slavery if they wish. So I kind of snuck that in a bit with this line. Like, let them. So bravery may elude the others. Let them live in slavery if they wish. The gods are with us, Lord. Silly name. Ready your warriors for summer. Fill their bellies for we march from Camwell or Dunham. Oh, there's so many dodgy words in this. Fill the bellies. We're marching on Colchester. Join your mother. You will not know the one. You want to be with you who defeated them. I do not want you both to hold the horrors of war. I did say something like that, I don't know. I not see the fight your majesty, make sure of it by signing God's will, and that's fine. I cannot do what's been done to our girls. I pray you still think well of me. I've got that from somewhere as well. I hope you still think well of me. Where have I got that from? Because I've used that more than once. I hope you still think well of me. Probably got that from somewhere, without knowing. I cannot undo what's been done to our girls. I pray you still think well of me. Give me strength for this war. Give me strength for this fucking writing as well. Let us acquaint for the night. Drink up, men. For tomorrow we feast on Roman flesh. I don't know whether that's a real thing, whether they actually literally ate the Romans. They'd definitely have burned the bollocks off of some of them. Whether they ate it or not, I don't know. I don't know. It's more he's speaking metaphorically there. No, I think this bit's fine. What is your proposal for that? I might just delete that. He is a young man of kind heart and courage. He is his father's son after all. Queen of the Icena. It's like, bless you, a bit of that. Must retire for the evening. But I shall think on this. I shall dwell on this proposal. Does that sound a bit negative? I shall think on this proposal. I think that I put I shall ponder this proposal last time. I shall think on this proposal. Bless your rosy cheeks, I must retire for the evening. But I shall think well on this proposal. I shall think well on this proposal. No suit will leave a battle. I think I changed this in between, as in after I watched the video. Either that or I changed it during the video. Do you have faith in our victory? And I think I changed this line. Or deleted a line. So our ancestors... Yeah, I deleted the line. Our ancestors once repelled them. I see no reason why we cannot. Especially with the numbers we have. Never has Albion fielded such an army. And then I did say about maybe adding this. Never has the world fielded such an army. Yeah, I know this guy had a massive war against the Arabs. Oh, what's he called? Saladin. There's a really good movie, Kingdom of Heaven. I've not watched it, but I've watched a lot of the scenes with this guy. He's really good, this guy. He has some mint scenes in that movie. Like talking scenes. When I was 16, I achieved a great victory. I felt in that moment I would love to be 100. Now I know I shall not see 30. So good. When you stand before God, you cannot say, I was told by others to do thus. You know, that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Oh, it's so good. I've not watched the movie, but I've seen some of the scenes. I do need to watch the movie. Kingdom of Heaven. It's got Legolas in it. Orlando Bloom. Yeah, so this probably was the biggest army that's ever been seen up until that point. Because this was what? Was it 60 AD or something? You're a fox amongst wolves. Bravery will not save you on the battlefield. That's the folly of all young men. Yeah, everyone thinks, you know, they won't get sniped from a mile off until you do. Or get a grenade dropped on your head or whatever they call it. Mortars and artillery. Or in today's war, just some random ass drone does picture you out of nowhere. You are not ready to behold the horror of war. I'll change horror to terror. You are not ready to behold the terror of war. And you remind you fought by your father's side. I like this. Listen well now, you are more to me than a king's heir. You cannot lose the last of your mother, do you understand? And then you have your mum's eyes. That's it. So I trimmed this scene. I cut out most of the dialogue in this scene. Because it gets the point across. So this guy comes in, barbarians, as far as the eye can see a marches on a city from the north. And then Catus looks at his mate. And then Catus goes and sees long named Cerealis. I could probably improve this. Gaius Cerealis, a future governor of Roman Britannia, commands the Legio whatever Hispano. The Legio 9. A legion of 2,000 Romans. He's sitting at a table writing. I'm not a fan of the ings. I think, to be fair, I probably watched a video that said try and use less ings. So rather than he sitting, he sits at a table writing when Marcellus enters. Sorry to disturb you, Legatus, but the procurator is here and needs your attention. The procurator is here and needs your ear. Right, we're trying to rhyme now. Bring him in. Seems an uprising has commenced. Thousands of what I'm assuming to be Trinovanti barbarians are making their way to Colchester. No doubt to ransack the city. I leave for Londinium at once. I depart for Londinium at once. I make haste for Londinium at once. I'm sure you are capable of I'm sure you are capable of suppressing this rowdy horde, Legatus. The Tribune has ready the legion and we shall march east forthwith. Yeah, Serialis puts this guy in his place. He basically says none of them have got a pair of bollocks. Or something like that. I hope I've still got that. I really like that. It's like, I look around this room, I see like 10 men. And there isn't a bollock between you. Don't you dare call me a coward. Yeah, he survives because he goes on to become governor. To be fair, a lot of the Romans survived, don't they? The Celts enjoy themselves and rest for the night. Styles, Henry's hair outside her tent. Why don't you sleep in your bed anymore? I sit up there to see your father's cold dead face. I cannot bear it. I don't think about him every day anymore. Does that make me a bad person? No. I just realised, I tell you what, a lot of personal shit sneaks in, you know. I may as well be on it. So, when I said about, so my granddad lived with us for many years. So he was almost like a second dad. Like I mentioned in Bloody Mary, I don't really remember him anymore, but when I think of him, I saw him when he was dead. And that's all I can see of him. So I see his cold, dead face. I tell you what, I think that's why when Amara said don't go in that room, I feel like that gets me because I shouldn't have gone in that room. And then again, this is almost like, you know, I don't think about him every day anymore. And does that make me a bad person? Because the world carries on and it is tragic. And then this is kind of a bit of me coming out as well. Right? So when we die, there won't be anyone alive who remembers. This can be for anyone. You know, so like when I die, for example, like when me and my siblings die, there won't be anyone alive who will remember my granddad. So it's like he's just never existed. But this happens to us all. It's happened to everyone in history. Only a handful of people get remembered, don't they? And even then, you're not remembering the person, you're just remembering the history of what happened. You know, we might know about Napoleon, let's say, but we don't know what he was truly like as a person. You know, we just know I can't even say the word, character of what history says. Caricature. Yeah, so such is life, we're all forgotten in time. We're just a name on a tombstone at the end of the day. It's going to be different, like with this. So if I keep this on this YouTube channel and this exists forever, or until the internet dies, you know, for all I know, 1,000 years from now, I don't plan on having kids, so maybe not my kids, but maybe like my siblings, kids, or whatever, 1,000 years from now. You know, hopefully I've made it big in the future. It's like, oh, this is my great uncle, who's a famous writer. Hopefully. And he's just chatting shit, writing. You know, and that'll be there forever. Yeah, so we're all forgotten in time. I think I'm getting distracted, aren't I? I don't think about every day one person, no. When me and Lionel said Dad will not be anyone alive who remembers him. Such his life they were all forgotten in time. Which is funny because 2,000 years later I'm sat here writing a screenplay about her. So technically you're not forgotten. I told you this would happen, it's too loud. That's it, I edited this line, didn't I? Fuck it, I'm gonna re-apostrophize it because Mummy, I can't sleep, I told you this would happen. It's too loud and it sounds like a gulp in here. Yep, don't you cunts go lopping off each other's heads now. Headlopper, is he? I'm trying to think. It might be Chopper. Name the Chopper. From the Shadow of War game. I don't think there's a headlopper in that game. The young lions go anxious for the coming fight, try to ignore it. Does that make sense? The lions? Well, they'll know about lions because of the Romans. I don't know. It can always be changed. The young men grow anxious for the coming fight, try to ignore it. So, Adid comes in with Synagos. It's time for bed, girls. It's time for bed, girls. Why was I just so obsessed with taking the apostrophes out? It's time for bed, girls. I shall be inside soon. My scouts put a legion of Romans on a march from the west. I think it's the west. Never eat shredded. Yeah, it should be the west. We must engage them before they reach the city. I could take 10,000 of my bravest and ambush them on Watling Street. Colchester will be yours for the taking. There should be little resistance within the city itself. That's it. I changed this in between videos. Depart before dawn. And please be on your guard. So did she say something like set off before dawn and please be careful? I feel like this is a bit fancier. Depart before dawn and please be on your guard. Right, I know all this probably could do with getting improved because it is all heavy action. But for now it's more the dialogue that was irritating me. But I definitely should do a specific go through with this lot in mind. Thieving little barbarians. I tell you, this is inspired by Shadow of War when a big massive org betrayed you. Oh, what did he say? Something about if you keep hitting him, he'll betray you. You know, hitting me and then expecting me not to betray you is so foolish. Getting killed by me, well, that's just silly or something. It's something along those lines. So it's kind of thieving little barbarians from their families and expecting them not to betray you is so foolish. Getting killed by one, now that's just embarrassing, Tribunus. But it was something like that. And then Lard the Bard comes in. He's definitely inspired by the game. I probably shouldn't be getting so much inspiration from the game. It's that one. It's the Deader. I can't even get it up on YouTube, can I, to show it? Because it's deep into one of the videos. Like a compilation video of the Bards. Oh, it was so good because the voice actor is so good. And his face as well. because he basically escapes, and it's like he says, what does he say now? He says something like, "Oh, I'm gonna find you. You better be ready, or you'll be deader." But he does like a little jig with his head and then runs off. It's so good. Rome is a stranger, now you're in danger. You weren't ready, and now you're deader. Oh my god. Rest in pieces, man of Rome. 'Tis a pity we shall take your city, and you won't go home. I'm trying to think. That's probably inspired by one of the quotes as well. Rest in peace, man of Rome. No, man of Gondor. Something. I can't remember. But it was inspired by something anyway. And then he sees this absolute unit of a Roman. That's also inspired by another game. This big fuck off guy. I don't know what game it is. I just saw a clip and it was like an epic 1v1. And it looked like a Roman versus a Celt, but I don't think it was. Just this absolute unit. But he ends up getting killed in that. Whereas in mine, nah, this unit is not getting killed. Yeah, so on second thought, I think I ought to leave this guy be because, you know, he still wants to be me. Fucking, I'm sure this guy's the one who abused that eighth, you know. I didn't give him a name. Fucking knew this would happen. We ride for Londinium, then Mona. Look at us, there are 80,000 people in that city. I think what I do as well, so he's stressing that, it's like we can't just leave 80,000 people to die. But then he also says the same thing in Londinium. You know, there are 60,000 people in this city. Are we just going to leave them to die? So I suppose that's the setup and payoff. If you wish to fight your queues, have at it, but you'll be fighting alone. If any of your fire bearers come within a league of men, I'll tell you what, I know what that's inspired by. What's his face? The Hound. If any of those flaming fucking arrows come near me, I'll strangle you with your own guts. It was I bet that's where I've got that from. If any of your fire bearers come within a league of me, I'll burn the bollocks off of you and every one of them. Get ready for war, lads. And then my great arms march on as find a historic day, songs shall be sung, stories shall be written. That's very true. Nero will quiver upon hearing your name. Today's the day you take back your homeland. Yeah, so Camulodunum is where the Trinovantes lived. So it's very important for them that they win. Seize this moment, men. Give them the same mercy they gave you when they cast you from your homes and slaughtered your kin. Together there isn't an army in this world who could stop us. Hear the battle cries of our ancestors, for they march along with us. I've messed up. No, I've not. Every one of them who perished to a Roman blade. Go now, God's willing, go now and reclaim your prize. Okay. And then he's whinging about the game. Knave, that's from Bloody Mary. Servant boy. I shall resign you to your mother's womb. The barbarian is coming for the set. Don't look like a kid. Is that a bit too modern? A kidder? Well, do I look like a fibber? Do you laugh? Maybe something like, am I playing the fool? Or something like that. I don't think they had clowns in that back then. Or jesters. I don't think they had them back then. Do I look like a kidder? To be fair, they won't actually be saying this because it'll be classical Latin. Whatever the word for that is in Latin. Or they'll probably with it being Latin, the sentences will be structured differently, so I don't know how they would do that. Whether they would translate it as what I'm writing, or translate exactly, precisely word for word what the Latin says. Because I'm assuming Latin doesn't have a word for kidder. But you might say, do I look like a, I don't know, like a joker or a prankster or whatever word fits. Whatever word they had back then for the same thing. How many men are stationed here? 2 centuries. Say that again. Come again. Does that sounds a bit modern, doesn't it? 2 centuries. Say that again. How many barbarians? Too many to count. What's the most defensible position in the city? There are fuck all defences. This is true as well. The original fortifications were repurposed. And then obviously that Magnus guy is a bit sort of lost in his mind. Claudius, the temple of Claudius would be our best chance of victory. And then the headlopper's throwing heads into her. And yeah, he's just doing whatever he's doing. Full on nutcase. Full on wrong'un. Search everywhere but do not deal a killing blow until they are brought before me. I feel like I can improve this. I feel like I can improve this as well. The building has been hastily abandoned. What about several Iceni warriors enter? Several Iceni warriors enter ahead of Boudica. I'm a sole typer, by the way, you probably noticed. And I'm a one-finger typer. Boudica and Sinaticus, despite doing screenwriting for 5 years later this year, still type with one finger. Several Iceni warriors enter ahead of Boudica and I still miss words. I tell you what, that could probably be improved in a more visual way. But I'm not good at pretty writing. That should get the point across. It's been hastily abandoned, so interpret that what it means. You know, there might be shit everywhere, food out, I don't know. Just, it doesn't really matter, to be fair. Search everywhere, but do not deal a killing blow until they are brought before me. That's it. She said please twice. I removed the first one. Please don't hurt me. I'm not a Roman. Where is the procurator? He's in Londinium. I don't know any more than that. There is a man who works for him, a personal servant. Has the stature of a feeble woman. I know that much. I wonder if there's a fancier word. I tell you what, I don't like the word that.
Dad!
I know of much.
Dad! It's at the bottom of the stairs!
Has the stature of a feeble woman.
I don't think it'll fit.
I know as much.
Manky dog.
Do you know where Leannis is? He fled. I changed that, didn't I? He fled with the procurator. All of his staff have fled with him. It's just me and a few other slaves. We head to Londinium next. Elisa, I am here for Roman blood. Head to Londinium next. Elisa, I'm here for Roman blood. I'm here for Roman blood. Is there a better way of saying that? He fled with the procurator. All of his staff have fled with him. It's just me and a few other slaves. To Londinium next. Elisa, I'm here for Roman blood. Right, we're almost at page 55 and then I'll just do it as normal then. Have I been doing this fucking hour already? Cowardly man of metal, yeah, you're dead. Rest in here for now. I changed that one, didn't I? Right, a man on fire runs by. Boudica evades with the girls. A Celtic warrior has a man's head impaled on his weapon. That's another thing as well. I don't want to constantly capitalise. But then I do it there as well. I don't know. Celtic warrior. I'll capitalise it. Has a man's head impaled on his weapon. Boudica avoids him. They step in guts. Boudica guides them into the building. Rest in here for now. Savant comes. We have the Romans pinned at their temple, but we can't seem to penetrate the front line. Then we wait them out. They will quickly run dry of water in there. Does anybody have any water? I think originally I had that as I'm parched to fuck. But then I was thinking that's a bit... Maybe I feel like that's a bit basic though. Does anybody have any water? Let's go have a drink as well. Yeah, so this kind of cruel guy, I changed his scene a bit. Right, Lad the Bard, probably can't call him a monk. So we'll let people just imagine what he said after that. Enough with the waiting, let us get on with the fight. Settle down, I'll give you a song. Face the Romans alone, you must be a monk. Unhand him, rest easy, probably get your film in the morning. I'll listen only to other mouths. I don't know if there's a better way of saying that. Boudica's command is his. I removed the line about being whipped by a person isn't his. He just snatches the wine and leaves, but then I thought maybe he just says that under his breath. Yeah, he's a bit of a dick. There's a reason he's called the Cruel. They're very intense on the game then. I don't even think these lot speak. Yeah, and he's trying to not have a joke, but it's like, oh, slaughtered by savages, older humanity. 24 hours and a half our men will perish the first. The other half of our men will perish the first. The other half won't have the strength to fight. By their rusty swords or by the limitations of our body. Oh, I can't even speak. I'm probably speaking like... not speaking well anyway. We shall perish anyway, it seems. Let us drag as many of these uncivilized brutes to death's door along with us. I agree. In the morning we poke the bear. If they stay back, we creep the line. Once they get the taste of blood, they won't stop. We fight to the last. Might put heavy moment. I don't think ugly silence works. It's similar to ugly silences, it's just a heavy moment. This was supposed to be a nice quiet retreat from the rabble of Rome. Indeed, I was going to take an early retirement at year's end. I guess fate has other plans for us, my friend. Death is upon us on the morrow. All I ask of you is to give your all, not just for Rome or glory, but for each other. Each one of these backward savages you kill tomorrow is one less for the army to contend with. Ensure you all fall on a sword, lest they capture you and gut you alive. Now you know my vengeance, you shit barbarian, hoglet your wine. So right, we're back to where we finished yesterday. Well, this morning. So I do want to finish the rest of this. I think it's definitely looking a bit better now, because I made some silly changes this morning, but I've removed those. Yeah, it should hopefully be alright. It's not as... I don't think it's as clunky as I thought. Can't lie, after I watched the video I was like, this is shit. I thought it was better than this. But, no, I need to be a bit kinder on myself. It's not that bad. And it is still early stages. I can't expect it to be perfect. It's a really difficult story, you know. I'm still an amateur. Writing a story like this is complicated. I mean, these guys are professionals. I don't know who wrote it. But to be fair, well, it doesn't justify doing silly fantasy swords and silly prophecies. But I understand it was a low budget. The budget was not as high as it needed to be to portray the story in the best way. And also, to be fair, this chick is a good actor, but terribly miscast. Boudica's supposed to be this, you know, tall, commanding, pale, ginger, Celtic, almost Scottish-like woman. Not some Ukrainian chick. You know, she's a great actor, but I just feel like it was a miscast. I think it's because she has a big name. They probably wanted a big name. So these are the Trinovantas in that film. That's Paulinus. That's Emperor Nero. But I don't know why Paulinus is in Rome. He never went to Rome during this. And yeah, and in this, someone backstabs Prosutugus and kills him. And there's the daughters. He's the Catus guy. He's Catus. So this was the abuse. They didn't show the intensity of it. So that's Boudica. I know that chick then, she's part of the Trinovantas. And these are the daughters. And that's the silly fantasy sword. And she's just charging headfirst into Romans. Look at that. The Romans would utterly annihilate you if you did that. Honestly, the Romans were so overpowered. Like, you don't understand how overpowered these guys were in real life. I think he's the king of the Trinovantas, that guy with the eye patch. So in mine, he's that Adid Omaris guy. I think they try and have a thing where they try and hook up or something, or he fancies her or something like that. And the daughters as well, I swear it was like some sort of ghostly type of thing. No, that's just something different now, isn't it? Right, where am I? Right. Can't handle the body of the dead. I won't be speaking everything out now. I'll just chat shit whenever something comes in my head. In fact, Yeah, so I think they had wine in skins. So I might do it rather than taking it off the hoglet guy. Maybe there's just one on the floor or something. So she grabs the. It doesn't really matter. It's the same thing. Like she grabs the half-drunk wine skin. She pours it on the ground in front of the parched Romans and throws it at them. And then one of them tries to eke out whatever drops are left. Right, here we go. I like this scene. So Cerealis is in London now. Right, so he meets with the Catus guy. That Catus is a dick. Lianus and 3 other Roman officials. So it meets with Catus Decianus, Lianus and 3 Roman government officials. And 3 Roman government officials who feast and wine. I feel like there's a better way. When there's like multiple characters being said, it's a bit clunky. Meets with Catus Decianus, Lianus and 3 Roman government officials who feast on wine. Who feast on wine. Can't speak. Right, let's go. Once they've had their fill in Colchester, no doubt they will plunder here next. Who could have organised all of this? When I looked upon the plain, a woman headed a horde in a chariot, red hair, foul in the eyes. 2 girls with her, defeated by a woman. Yeah, that was a big thing as well. They were so pissed off about being beat by a woman. At least in this bit. Obviously the war was won by Rome. I was ambushed en route. I don't know if that's like whether you dash it or not. And this woman had the whole of Britannia by her side, to my single legion I might add. They had 100 men for every one of mine. A symbol of your fame. I'll do no such thing. I ride for Mona in the morning. Coward. Yeah, I'll look around. Before me are 5 men, and yet there isn't a bollock between you. Don't you dare lecture me on cowardice as you sit on your ivory throne, feasting and whining, whilst vermin dying on the corpses of my legion. Oh, I don't know if this is a bit much. Fuck off to Rome, I'm joking. You don't have the fortitude to behold the destruction that is coming forthwith. Fuck off to Rome, knob jockey. Oh, don't you dare lecture me on cowardice. You sit on your ivory throne, feasting and whining, whilst vermin dying on the corpses of my legion. Fuck off to Rome, knob jockey. You don't have the fortitude to behold the destruction that is coming forthwith. I told you it's the Iceni Hall. Shall have my head on a pike. We leave the island at dawn. Yeah, so this guy, he fucks off to Rome. He escapes. And again, that film, I'm trying to think. I suppose in mine, this guy did a lot of the abusing, didn't he? And he does get away. There is no, what would the word be? Justice, I suppose. Whoever did the abusing got away. And I think they got away in real life as well. As sad as that is. So it's showing me deeply. I might delete that. But our losses, they were great. It's about what is dear to me in this world. There'll be no victory for me henceforth. I'll give my last breath at Albion's. Yeah. 5 sons who slight the father's blade. The Celts prepare for the fight. Again, it's a bit generic, that. But do I need to explain that, you know, one guy's bouncing on his toes like a madman, another guy is just silently contemplating? It's more... It should be kind of implied. God, many tired and bars. This entire enticed reaches the front of the Romans. Be ready. Your Majesty, the fire is commenced. Use the shields to defend attacks and thrust the short swords into the Celts. Stab, shield, stab. No Roman casualties yet. Jumps and rams his sword into a Roman legionary face. He's stabbed in motion by 2 legionaries. Down a crack in the line, but there are 50 dead Celts. Celts drop by the dozen. So the are and then ing word is similar to the is and then word. It's a bit passive, and I do have a tendency to do it, especially when there's a lot going on. I just naturally write that way. You know, Celts drop by the dozen. You see how it's a bit snappier? Celts are dropping by the dozen versus Celts drop by the dozen. Another Roman casualty. Severe hailstones. A few moments pass, but several Celts die for each Roman casualty. Feet trampled the dead without regard. It is just utter carnage. So in the movie, again, it's more just trusting the people who do the action that they can do it good. Because I could write this and it's in my head I'm imagining one thing, but if it was a low budget it probably would be shit, this. But it's nothing. As a writer, I can't change that. You know, I can sit here. You know, I could sit here and say, you know, the Romans are annihilating them. But like I said, most movies have a tendency to, you know, like Boudica's charging in and just attacking Romans and killing them like it's B1 battle droids. Whereas so if they made this and then did that, well, that goes against what I've written. But as a writer, I'll get accused of writing shit action. So it's just about having, you know, having people who are good at creating this action. But I try and make it clear about, you know, at this point, yeah, there's no Roman casualties. Then you might get this one absolute nutcase who manages to get one kill, but he gets killed at the same time. And then that one Roman, right, that's a crack in the line. But there are 50 dead Celts for that one dead Roman. Celts are dropping by the dozens in the chaos. But another Roman casualty. You know, you got Celts at the back throwing stones and that. Some hit the mark. As the battle progresses, a few more Romans. So again, I suppose it's a bit general on my part. But again, you don't want to be ultra specific all the time. It's good to have a balance. So this could be like a minute of fighting. You know, as the battle progresses, a few more Romans die. But for every Roman death, there are several Celts who die. Feet trampled the dead without regard. So that could just be like a close-up of people just trotting on dead bodies. Boudica watches the fighting from a safe distance. The Romans are... Right. Fighting continues. The Romans retreat into the temple. At least 100 dead by now. Celts climb over bodies. I could improve that. Celts climb over bodies. Continuing the Roman retreat into the temple. And then this is where we're in the temple now, and it is just chaos. I have a bit more specific battles there, and I try and give people some good moments. The Romans retreat into the temple. The Romans retreat into the temple. At least 100 dead Romans by now. Celts climb over bodies, continuing the Roman retreat into the temple is implied. The cries of dying Romans outside. The last of the Romans. Yeah, it's chaos here now. The last of the Romans retreat inside the temple. Celtic warriors funnel through the entrance, meeting Roman swords. The entrance quickly fills with bodies. 50 Romans left. Celts enter in droves, climbing over the dead. An ocean of people. An avalanche of people. An avalanche of people in this hellish cul-de-sac. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like cul-de-sac is like a road, isn't it? With no only one entrance exit. Hellish, yeah. Avalanche. It's just snow. So a snow, fire, cut off road. Celts enter in droves, climbing over the dead. An avalanche of people. By now, tactics are out of the window. It's a free-for-all. Centurion Magnus. So again, I feel like I should restructure this. So rather than Centurion Magnus, you'd say Hoglick Headlopper and Free Celts corner Centurion Magnus. And Free Celts. Maybe capitalize. Corner. Come on, let's have it. Come on, let's have it then. Come on, let's have it then. Yeah, this guy puts up a good fight. Come on, let's have it then. The free attack, Magnus stops one. But his leg gets slashed. Gets slashed in motion. Shield block. A Celt jumps and slashes Magnus's back. Magnus pushes his shield into them and falls forward. Hoglick bludgeons him. A Celt strangles a Roman legionary. A young Roman legionary hides behind his shield against a wall. Yeah, the shields are pretty big. I hope this works. He gets captured later on. Centurion Titus huddles with 4 Roman legionaries. The group defends well against the oncoming Celts, killing several. So yeah, Gomus is here now. You see Centurion Titus slaughtering Celts. He grabs a Roman dagger out of a corpse of another Celt and throws it. Dagger impales Centurion Titus in the face. He was on the ground with a Celt, then repeatedly punches him in the face. Because the dagger moves into Celt's throat. In motion, Khan the Cruel stabs him in the throat from the side. That'd be brutal. So yeah, I'm being quite specific with certain moments here. And I want to try and give some people some epic fights. 10 Romans left. Faces down a handful of Celts alone. Yeah, so this is just a random legionary. But he's going to do the business as well. I hate Romans, but Germans, Romans. I'm going to add Americans to that list. Who else? Those are the main three. Maybe Vikings. I don't like Vikings. But I'll give them the due. They're hard. Just like Germans. Stand for Celts alone. Drop your shield and fight like a man. The governor will have a field day with every fucking one of you rabid illiterate cunts. And then this guy, I just thought it'd be funny. So he obviously knows a little bit of Latin. So, I caught a cunt in there. Kill him. Shield, another hits on the side, another swipes the legionnaires on the leg. You quickly overwhelm him. This right, so maybe he doesn't actually kill any of them, then fair enough. This guy here is gonna absolutely do the business. This random lone legionary on his own. One Roman legionary left. Several Celts around him. He discards his shield, looking at the fallen legionaries around him. He grabs a second Roman sword from a corpse, dual wielding. Celts attack him, slash, parry, kill, dodge, kills another, duck, thrust of the sword into another. Two swords poke him from the sides. He swings heavy, pushing the Celts back and stumbles. He uses the swords to help him stand. Attack from behind, he swings and parries. Celt rushes him from behind and slashes his leg. He swings back, hitting that Celt in the back. We've got two backs in there. He can't stand now. Gomus comes forth, axe ready. Yeah. The Roman legionary looks up at Gomus and smiles. Decapitation. So again, that is a meaty paragraph. It was super specific. Again, normally I would break some of this, but the only reason I'm keeping it as one is because I don't. If I break it up into like 5 different things, it seems like there's 5 different things happening, rather than it being one guy on his own. So like that's a little paragraph of that fight. You know, and this will be like a new angle of camera angle. You know, we look around, the Romans are defeated except for that one young one. And then Hoglick Headlopper finds him. It's like each paragraph is hopefully its own little action scene. If that makes sense. Hoglick, right, 1 minute. I probably should just put all this through the software. Throws the head of Centurion Magnus down the steps. Yeah, so right, admittedly, yeah, this is a bit inspired by Shadow of War. Yeah, I can't lie. This reminds me of one of the speeches from the sieges. And we have fought and suffered greatly, yet here we stand victorious. We have other battles to attend, other cities to reclaim in the name of Albion. But for now, Mordor belongs to you. Mordor belongs to the Bright Lord. Yeah. But for now, Colchester belongs to you. Colchester belongs to Albion. Victory is ours, your majesty. Yeah. They would have been probably hundreds or thousands of dead. So as much as, you know, they won, there still would have been a lot of grieving. Of her veteran Iceni warriors as he cuddles the dead body of his son. Aww. A young boy parades with a Roman helmet. And then, yeah, this guy who was still alive, he's being crucified. Yeah. The young Roman legionary hangs on a cross is better. He's still alive and whimpering. Children hit him with Roman swords as he begs for mercy. Yeah, it is brutal. As much as we are supposed to be on the team of the Celts, everyone's a villain in this story. Right, yeah. I suppose this is the midpoint now. Yeah, so Cerealis he's just arrived in Wales now. We have not seen him for since the beginning, have we? Yeah, so he's telling this guy now. I have a bit of a soft spot for Pillars, I can't lie. But Cerealis gets shit again. So the cremation of fallen Romans, he mutters a prayer under his breath. Governor, a moment, please. I'm not the pleasure. And why might I have the displeasure of your presence? The Bearing Queen has raised an army of Britannia. We've ransacked Camille Dunham and we're marching on Londinium as we speak. Yeah, so he can't really believe it at first. He's sort of wandering as he thinks. We need every fighting man in the province, yours, whatever remains of the Valeria. His cavalry. This guy, this posthumous guy, he says no to helping them. I think he ends up killing himself afterwards. Because out of cowardice. Because he obviously assumes they're going to get their ass kicked. I've messed up. He assumes they're going to get their ass kicked. So he's chilling out in like south England. Like southwest England, I think. So he's not near the fighting, but he'll assume that once these guys have got their ass kicked, they'll come and kill him as well. So correct me if I'm misinterpreted your words here. You were telling me you've abandoned Caledon to a fucking woman, and you now need me to attend your failure. Yeah, so he's a bit of a dick about it. You're telling me you've abandoned Caledon to a fucking woman, and you now need me to attend your failure. I must en route and outman several to one. I feel bad for this guy, because he couldn't, whilst Romans were overpowered, he got completely caught off guard. They're attacking from every angle. He couldn't use tactics. It's just a free for all. Yes, it is. How can you justify yourself as a legate? I think that's what they called the legatus. As a man. I beheld their uncountable horde with my own eyes. I did what had to be done. There was no gain in my cavalry slaughter. It'll take us days to reach Londinium, a fortnight for the army. It was something like that. Then let us pray that the city remains when we arrive. So these guys get to Londinium, but it's only cavalry. So they're not able to fight. He has to abandon the city. They try and rescue people. But yeah, the army can't get there in time. So it'll take him days on horseback, but a fortnight for the army. If I've got it right. Right, so this is Paulinus's cavalry now. Investinus is another legatus. Agricola, I think he was around. This guy ended up doing the business after this. Something said, it might have been the robot that was saying that this guy was probably a legatus during Boudica's reign, or during the Boudica fight, and then he sort of became the number one. Is it Scotland maybe? Brigantes, is that Kati Mandua, so they got their ass kicked? Right, so that Cerealis guy, sometimes it's with an S, sometimes it's with a C, and I'm not sure. It's like with Catherine of Aragon, sometimes that's with a K, sometimes it's with a C. Yeah, so Cerealis became the governor, and then this Agricola guy would have been like the number 2. And then yeah, he sort of became a governor himself. He's pretty good. Vestinus, I don't know if I made him up or whether the sources say that he was around. Tribunus delivered the message to Postumus, he shall meet us at Venonis. I think that's where, I'm just interpreting this. Venonis is supposed to be a settlement that's halfway through England. I'm assuming they would have met around there. So that's just after Verulenium, if I remember rightly. Ride with all haste. And then this guy's mentioning Arminius again. It's Germanius. It's Germania all over again. Arminius' victory will bolster them. Ready the army and meet me in Venonis. We'll launch a counterattack from there. If you do not make it, I trust you to lead in my stead. Yeah, so Agricola's going to stay with the army. And then Paulinus is going to haul ass. Famous victory of the long for what we just Roman army. There is no escaping this. There is no escaping him. Savant is right, Romans will not abandon Albion no matter the pain we inflict on their cities. This revolt will be concluded by the sword. Their mighty Roman armour, expelled by a woman. I suppose that in itself would cause them the greatest shame. Right, I'm just gonna... I need a few minutes, I'm just gonna get a cup of tea again. I've not put any music on now today. I need to check the other video for copyright, but this is copyright free. What I'll put on now. Yeah. Struggles to find sleep. Oh, struggles to sleep. Struggles to fall asleep. Is that right? I might just delete that. In fact, yes, I wanted to give her a bit of, how can I explain? Make her a bit soft. Not soft, but a bit of empathy. I don't know whether she would have looked at all this and got upset, but I mean, surely anyone who has a soul, even if it is your enemy, it should still be distressing. Let's turn that down a touch. Yeah, it's a bit loud. Yeah, so this is like the gender thing again. Like, I know what inspired me for this as well. That guy I mentioned, First Timers, I think he's called. So it was when the Fellowship left Lothlorien after seeing Galadriel, and they gave him the gifts. And Gimli said something that was really poetic. He said something like, what was it? Something about the similar to this. You know, he was promised, you know, like a fight against the Dark Lord. You know, and he went on the expedition despite the fear of that. But then he said he would not have come had he known the pain of light and joy or something like that. And it was really, I thought it was really meaningful. So I wanted to try and get a similar thing with this. So, you know, Romans on the battlefield is what was promised. I rode steadfast in the face of fear. But I might not have come had I known the toll of love and compassion. The hearts of even the most seasoned warrior. Philosophers weighs on my conscience. It's very normal to feel this way. The men weep even on the night of victory. They do. If they have a soul, they do. Yeah, so Gimli also says something about that, like he'll never know. It's like he'll never know what light is again. There'll be nothing fairer than Galadriel. I fear I shall never know fairness again. I doubt even my daughter's wedding or birth of their children would bring me joy now. Yeah, so it's starting to weigh on her. All the shit that's going down. So to rest your majesty, if not your heart, let your body. Alright, so these lot are at Vanonis now. Yeah, I tried to add this where someone tries to cop off with the Paulinus guy. But I thought I'd give him a bit of honour. I'm assuming, you know, stuff like this. In like, so this is like a Roman fort, but they would have had like normal, you know, like a tavern or a pub or whatever they would have called it back in the day. They would have had stuff like this for the soldiers to hang out. And, you know, they'd have had the women as well. I want to shed a warmth of my bed with my wife. Scuttle is back. AI tried to jib me with that word. It's a random ass word, that, isn't it? What makes me think of these random words? I quite like this guy. He's a bit, you know. I'm trying to think, is it this guy or is it someone else? No, I think I'm getting him mixed up with someone else. It might be this guy who sees his ass because he's got to be... His legion has got to be the one that's in the middle at Watling Street. And I think this guy believes they're going to die. And he believes that he's doubly going to die because he's in the middle of it all. But he actually gets out alive. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I'm thinking of Agricola, aren't I? But I think that's this guy who sees his ass. But I think Agricola tries to sort of, I don't know, like cheer him up a bit before the battle, and I quite like that. Yeah, we will certainly perish in Londinium. We won't fight them in the city. It would be suicide to do so, even with the army. Good influence, no know what this means. 60,000 people call Londinium home. Yeah. He knows they're going to have to leave them. Do you have a battlefield in mind? And then this is where we get an early look at Watling Street, like the actual battle site. So I do it where it works nice, doesn't it? You know, oh, do you have a battlefield in mind? And then we see the actual battlefield. It doesn't happen yet, of course, but... So they're going to rest there for a moment. Rising grassland leading to woodland. He makes a note on a map. So he's clocked on that this area could be good for them. Begins its march. Yeah, so when I mentioned in part 1 about the All Quiet on the Western Front, how at the start they're super happy about going to war, and then by the end of it, they're just utterly drained. It's kind of a similar thing here. Even though they've won. I might line break this. There's just a cold, dead look in Boudica's eyes. Boudica's eyes. So it's a similar thing. After everything that she's seen, it's gonna weigh on you, isn't it? So the city lives, for now. Yeah, so he's just a random Roman veteran. He's gonna get a pretty cool death as well. Yeah, so this guy, he got this Corona Civica, which is a high honor. Military decoration. Yeah, so he's a very good warrior. Walks the street on horseback. What I mean is the horse is walking with him on it, if that makes sense. And then, yeah. The army's more... I put that before. It's time for you to leave. Just realised, is that Star Wars as well? There's been a rebellion. I'm sorry, sir, it's time for you to leave. And so it is. I think it is. I will not so readily abandon my home to backward savages. I earn my right to be here. Then you'll die, all for a pile of bricks that will soon be a pile of ash. And he's like, I cannot leave, Governor. It's his virtue that's preventing him. A Roman cornu resonates. That's like some sort of bell type thing for an evacuation. Okay. I'm trying to think. It might be the wrong thing, but it's essentially like a big loud noise to indicate that there's an evacuation. Horse Lord, what goes? Because yeah, she wouldn't necessarily know that he's the governor. But they would call people horse lords if they're on horseback. Take home with the essentials. Or you will die. Yeah, so they're doing the evacuation. He left some time ago off to Rome, I think. I'm trying to think, is that the right heading though? We are in Londinium, so it's not the office of the Procurator. I'll trust that I've done that right early on. If not, I can change it another time. Two teams outside the 6-5. Yeah, so Jupiter and Mars and all that, I believe that they're the Roman gods, so like the planets. So I think that he would say something like that. May Jupiter have mercy. Or may Mars have mercy. Rather than God. Yeah, she takes no part in the celebration. Cerealis, how many? I'd say north of 20, meaning 20,000 on this exit, but they know that. Keep it moving. Marcus Rowliston. Wow, this day. I don't know if there's a better way. Similar to the is and then word. It's the same thing with the are and then word. It's a bit passive. Maybe I could put people flood the streets or something like that. People flood the streets. Sick people. Veterans with missing limbs who can't walk. There are thousands still. We evacuate as many as we can, that is all we can do. Approaches a napping slave man and nudges him awake. I know where I got this from. I know what inspired that. Dunkirk. When the officer finds the private. We may be officers, but it's us or the enemy. Something like that. We may be legionaries, knave, but it's us or 1,000 raging barbarians. Slave man joins the evacuation. Vesnas and cereals arrive. A veteran scout puts the barbarians a day out. Then we leave at once. Right, so it's Vestinus, not Cerealis, who is on about that there's still 10,000 people in the city. The fate is now in Jupiter's hands. Their fate rests in Jupiter's hands. Sick, the wounded, veterans who choose to stay. Watch the last of the evacuees leave. Maybe capitalise. Women crying on the street. Veterans who choose to stay watch as the last evacuees leave. It's a final plea to Marcus. Do not throw away your lives so flippantly. It's our duty, Governor. Could use you all in the army. I think he did recruit an extra couple of thousand. So a pregnant woman being coached by 2 elderly women. Yeah, she's gonna die. So a pregnant woman. There's 2 elderly women coach her. There's 2 elderly women coach her. Yeah, so again it's being passive, isn't it? Whereas this, it's active. You know, as she is being versus the culture, as in it's more present. Pray God shall both bolster and guard you. By the sword or famine, they will all perish, that I can promise you. Yeah. He goes on a rampage. After they win at Watling Street, this guy just utterly just rampages through England. To the point where the Emperor actually had to replace this guy. Because he was worried about there being another uprising because of how brutal he is. Sons of Roman civilians. Giant shepherds them. Again, I just wanted to have another moment of him being, like, showing that he has a heart. So he helps this kid. Yeah, so we're at the Catuvillani now. So these guys are pally with Rome. So the Romans are going to stay here. Yeah, so King Nonsense name, he comes out. Shall rest here this evening, but your people should join us on our travels west. Not the guys, not come here. This is still a kingdom of Britannia. I'm so sure of that. Britain or Romans, she will slaughter you. Rome appreciates your hospitality. To its mother. I mean, it don't matter what gender. Could be a boy or girl, it don't matter, does it? Unless I specified it earlier. Yeah, so we're at Londinium now. Around Londinium. I mean, we get the point. It'll be an aerial shot of, you know, the Celts at every entrance and exit. Yeah, the horns resonate. Marcus and Roman veterans don their old armour. Right. Yeah, we're going to have some more speeches now. Okay, Celtic armour. Yeah, this is probably inspired again by another Celebrimbor speech. Yeah, it definitely is this one. Fell before the inexorable might of our army, so shall the glorious fort of Londinium. I have asked you to join me thus, and you have fought valiantly, my kinsman. The Romans believe a woman cannot lead. They believe you are weak for marching with me. I have seen these Romans, the ones who govern their cities. I could make a woman out of any of them. Yeah, you shall take this city, and all it holds dear. Our enemies shall find no weakness amongst us, no mercy. They shall only discover the unassailable strength of Albion. That's definitely something similar. And yeah, charge. So when we take the forts, we get told to charge. Well, our guy tells the orcs to charge. They shall know our vengeance when all is said and done. They will know. And they will know. But they do ultimately win. They slaughter anyone in sight. Raid homes. 100 veterans and all. And if there's words of encouragement. Did I use the robot to help me with it? I know I used the robot to help me with a couple of things. You know, I reworked it. It wasn't just a copy-paste of what the robot said, but I basically said to the robot, this is the scenario. I need someone... I know I did it at the end with one of Boudica's. Basically said to the robot, you know, just help me do a speech. I don't know if this is one of them. Yeah, I think it is. Our enemy may fight with the ferocity of wild beasts, but remember this, we are legionaries of Rome, forged in the fires of discipline, honour and unyielding strength. Look around you. These are not just your comrades, but brothers in arms. Each of you has served this empire for more than 2 decades. We have trained, bled and sworn to protect the empire that has given us purpose. We shall not forsake our duty now, and in the face of such a foe, we will greet the gods with grace and honour. Yeah, so these chariots would have been pretty overpowered in this bit of conflict, but they don't do much in the Watling Street battle. If anyone was splitting them. Are killed, yeah, it's passive, so 2, they die in motion. I use that a lot, in motion. Just in the chariot battle crying. The Celts take advantage of this opening and a terrific battle ensues. So again, it's a bit chaotic. Then we choose it, he swings at the next. Then we get a Roman veteran. First he signs for Celts go, the Celts looks at it, then the veteran, the Celt pushes himself forward. The sword pokes out of his back. He stabs the shocked Roman veteran in the face. The Celt falls to his knees holding the blade that has impaled him. Yeah, so I did Omarus and Marcus have a fight. A noble chariot races towards him, it knocks Marcus down and he loses his shield. Omarus pursues and Marcus meets his strike. Yeah, so with this Marcus guy would have been really good. As in, we needed him to lose the shield somehow, so I kind of just probably is it a Deus Ex Machina or whatever, some noble chariot just runs by and sort of he loses the shield from falling, and then Adamaris gets the opening and the sword is yanked out again, falling to one knee as dodgy name yanks the sword out. Knocks Marcus over. Where's his shield? Finds an opening for sometimes to go. Stuns part falling to one knee. As I did Omarus. Yanks the sword out. Marcus holds his stomach. I'm ready to die, Barbarian. Are you? And I can't lie. Again, this is very similar to an execution on the Shadow of War game. So you'll sort of defeat the captain. He'll fall to his knee and he'll say some sort of taunt, and then it's like a brutal execution. You know, so he's trying to swing back. He parries, chops Marcus on the neck / trapezius. Marcus backswings trying to get a hit despite the grave wound / arm severed / partial decapitation. Ah, that's definitely inspired by one of the executions on that game. Continue to funnel into the sitter, itching to get in on the action. Roman veteran is on the ground. 2 Celts hit him with bludgeons. Celtic warriors snuff pockets of resistance as they continue to flood the streets in droves. Yeah, so, and Huglet Headlopper's knocking about as well. You know, lopping off heads as he does. With hundreds of Celts around, they ransack the place. So we're here with Marcus have been killed. Celts brawl with the rest. There are at least 2 Celtic deaths to each Roman veteran. So he finds that crown. This one's got a pretty little crown. Boudica goes at the Temple of Mars. So she called that pompous Ido trait at the start. So finds out several. I see he was with her. Yeah, I think there was some sort of altar that was in the temple. Burn this pompous monument to the ground. Set the building ablaze. She looks back and then mock us now. I'm not going to hurt you. I need to know where the gladiators are held. So he finds his son in a minute. At the Lude, which is the gladiator school. Please take me to it. Hagan and Tristan anxiously wait. They hear struggles outside. Finton has his ear against the door. You smell fire. Yeah, because the place is getting burnt down. Yeah, we hear someone shouting. Please find Jason. Just keep the fucker open. And he's just stood there like death is upon us, and it's like, well, make yourself useful then. Several gladiators. Escape the burning building. His hopeful one is who he seeks. What am I beholden to? Scat glimpse toward Finton on the verge of tears. You're free, son. We have freed all of Albion from Rome. They both die at Walling Street. Pretty much every Celt dies now that I think about it. See the fires on Dinium like the night sky, despite the great distance between the two settlements. That's a real thing as well. He would have been able to see this. He would have been able to see the Londinium from there. Another day, another victory. They are getting a bit cocky now because they have easily won both times. But Skak the Savant knows that facing the army isn't gonna go down that easy. We haven't faced true resistance yet. The Roman army will be no easy feat. Don't let them come at us. Yes, yeah, he likes the Blood Axe guy. Not surprised, they're probably best mates, aren't they? Probably more than mates. We have over 150,000 able-bodied men, but most are not warriors. Half of my best have fallen. Of ours, Your Majesty, approximately 5,000 trained warriors. So I'm kind of making up numbers here in a way, in terms of most of the army isn't trained. So it probably is true it was something like that. You know, the Iceni might have had 100,000 people, but maybe only 5,000 were actual warriors. The rest were just like farmers or even women. We have the numbers, but man for man, one Roman could be 10 of ours. So yeah, even Boudica knows. But this guy's not having it. They're not as brave as you all think. Yes, so this is similar to the elves at Helm's Deep. But Boudica doesn't know Ogbo. You have the honour of greeting the Lady Boudica. Who are you, sir? Your cause touched the hearts of men in every tribe of Albion. I could not believe the destruction of Camille done until I beheld it for myself. You had quite the wrath. So originally, I might have to change this a bit. Originally, he came out of nowhere, whereas I've actually added him at the start. Your cause has touched the hearts of men in every tribe of Albion. That is true. I could not believe the destruction of Camelot until I beheld it for myself. You've quite the wrath, my lady. This is only the beginning. A great battle awaits us. But he has lost the heart of our kingdom. The Romans dwell in Verulamium as we speak. He's a treacherous man. This comes as no surprise. Over 20,000 warriors, men as north as the Brigantes, and south as the Cantor. All of Albion heeds the call. Move forward one another, but the future of Albion rests in all our hands. And then Adamaris arrives. I say it's high time we eradicate this Roman blight. That's similar to when Aragorn arrives and sees the elf guy. Oh, there once was an alliance between elves and men. We've come to honour that allegiance. Feared you wouldn't come. Join us in the celebrations. It would be my pleasure. Men talk of glory and battle. Some have souvenirs from the sieges. Fight off a light, children play, women give food to the Celtic group. Yeah, because even women and children would be joining at this point. It's tied to a post in the centre of the arena. Celts pack the stands. Celts fill the stands. Many heckle the Roman veteran. I think I might have to delete this because this is pretty much word for word what one of the orcs said in that game. I think I'm using too much from that game. It affects me too much. You're straining your brain with all that thinking. That's what one of the orcs says, word for word. You're straining your brain with all that thinking, whore. Why don't you use that mouth for something useful? What the fuck? Oh man, that's actually quite intense. Yeah, the orc didn't say that. I added that. Friends, kinsmen, former adversaries. I realise now the importance of evil. Right, I know what this is inspired by. It's a guy I watch who talks about stocks. He's a Scottish guy, did an epic speech about GameStop. I realise now the importance of evil as well as good in human nature. I am despicable because I give free rein to violence against these Romans. But that sense of freedom is also what makes me human. This march of divine justice that we have taken upon, the numbers we have, and those who have joined us on our journey shocks at him. The passion with which we crave, where is it? The absolute destruction of our enemy illustrates the extremes of both freedom and suppression. But there are some Brits who would stand against us. They rightly claim we are unreasonable. They correctly accuse me of being a raging aggressor. I seek to distinguish themselves. So she's on about Verulamium now. These Brits are hypocrites. They fail to understand that we have higher ethics. Where we are going, it is only one end. Yeah, it's very much almost word for word what that guy said. It's a bloodbath, it's a massacre. It's a hellfire of vanities. We were born into this world of conquerors, murderers and rapists. If you don't understand by now the future that awaits us under Roman rule, then you never will. We are the natural born human reaction to the hares who want the world. And we shall have our fucking way with them. Yeah, some of this is very much what that guy said. But he was chatting about GameStop. It was such a good speech. But again, my reasoning is, you could call it copying, but it's more, why not bring it? If you've got really good stuff that works, why not use it? He says something, I think, so originally she said something about you do not have the stomach for the ultra-violence that is to come. Because he said that as well. And I thought that was honestly the most perfect line I've ever heard. Paulinus ends up saying that to her at Watling Street when they meet up. You do not have the stomach for the ultra violence that is to come to this field. Oh man. A good actor can say it well better than me, but I think that's just epic. The passion with which she craved the absolute destruction of her enemy. Some person who stand against us. Of being filthy-mouthed, a raging aggressor, and they seek to distinguish themselves. They are hypocrites. They fail to understand that we have higher ethics. Where we are going, there is only one end. It's a bloodbath, a massacre, a hellfire of vanities. Yeah. If you can't handle me saying go fuck yourselves to our enemies, if you don't appreciate my tone and my untamable anger, then you have no place where we are going. You will not have the stomach for the ultra violence that is to come. All this because of GameStop. Oh man, it's so epic. But I remember when I heard that, this was a few years ago he did that speech. And I'm like, that I've got to use that somewhere because it was so good. Yeah, so it's a mention to that Andraste god. Feel as though I'm witness to Andraste in the flesh. Right, I think that's what Romans called the equivalent of hell. She approaches the veteran. There should be a special place in Tartarus for you. Yeah, so this whole scene is made up. I wanted an epic speech. I thought they probably would, when they got a hold of this theatre, they probably would have done something like this. And then they would have burned it to the ground. Which they do. But why not fuck about with some Romans that they've captured? There'll be a special place in hell for you. But they might. And then several Celtic warriors wait nearby. So they're just going to kill this guy. She cuts the Roman veteran free. Cuts the Roman veteran's restraints. Despite the language barrier, he knows what's coming. So Roman veteran pulls out a dagger and leads by the Roman veteran's ear. I won't kill you, but they might. Wait nearby in the arena. Boudica cuts the Roman veteran's restraints. Despite the language barrier, he knows what's coming. But it's like with that, you're straining your brain with all that thinking. Oh, that's such a good line. Oh man, but do I delete it though? It feels like Boudica wanders around the arena. Might use that mouth for something useful. Oh man. You're straining your brain with all that thinking. Why don't you use that mouth for something useful? Why is he talking about a mouthful? Well, I'll leave it in for now. Yeah, is it copying? It probably isn't it? Let's be honest. Is it copying if it's good? Oh man. I have combined a few different things into the screenplay. But that's such a good speech. Am I wrong? Is this shit? Nah, it's not shit. The importance of evil as well as good in human nature. Maybe I just trim a bit of it. Give free rein to violence against these Romans. A sense of freedom is also what makes me human. It's the divine justice that we've taken upon those who have joined us on our journey. The extremes of both freedom and suppression, but there are some Brits who would stand against us. They rightly claim we are unreasonable. They correctly accuse me of being a raving aggressor, and they seek to distinguish themselves. The hypocrites, they fail to understand we have higher ethics. It's only one end. It's a bloodbath, a massacre. It's a bloodbath. It's a massacre. A hellfire of vanities. We're born into this world of conquerors, murderers and rapists. I mean, she knows that. That wasn't said by the guy. He says something like, we're born into a world of liars or something like that. But this makes more sense for this. If you don't understand by now the future what awaits us under Roman rule, that's obviously specific, then you never will. We are the natural born human reaction to the hares who want the world, and we shall have our fucking way with them. But in GameStop, what does he say now? We're the natural born human reaction to the bastards who run the world, and we'll have our fucking bananas, because bananas is like an 8 reference in GameStop. Oh man. It is a good speech, so I'll change it if I have to, if it's classified as copying. I feel like I write hack. But it's epic though, come on. The Roman Governor, your grace. Are you joining us? Right, so originally I had it where this guy stays and gets killed. I think he leaves now. I think I changed it to where he goes with the governor. Yeah, so it could go to I'm not even going to say that name. Dodgy name looks back at his estate before joining the evacuation with the governor. With Paul. Adamaris Ogbo and the war chief's queuing. I say we hold here, make a fort of the city, let the Romans come to us. The Romans won't come here, my friend, even if we wanted to hold the city. But a traditional battle does favour them. Their weaponry, tactics, and most of all experience will serve them well. We are best in close quarter brawls. We don't have this luxury in the coming battle. Yeah, Gomez is having none of it. All this talk of tactics, we outman them nearly 20 to 1. No tactics can accommodate such a disparity. But the forefathers had the numbers and they got their ass kicked. We cannot succumb to folly and arrogance at this most pivotal moment. That is... I'll just make shit up. We must face them with a disciplined, unified force. They will certainly be marching on Watling Street. All roads lead to battle there. So we march west. Verulenium, those traitors must be brought to heel. Burn it all down, let our wrath be visible. A millennia from now. Right, that's a reference to... What did he call it? Archaeologists know this. Boudica's archaeological imprint. Basically, we know it happened because it's there in the ground. So if you dig deep enough, you can actually see a layer of ash from this time period. Yeah. So that's a reference to that. Burn it all down, let our wrath be visible a millennia from now. Thousands upon thousands of Celts. Boudica wears a hardened look now. So now she's kind of past grief and just there's just like, it's like there's no soul in her eyes anymore. I'm hoping it, assuming it got made, you know, you'd be able to see the difference between each time that I've mentioned that. First she's hopeful, then she's kind of sorrowful, now she's just soulless. Follow the cavalry. He strides off the road and toward the forestry. He watches Governor Poinus. Yeah, so I don't know how it went down in real life, but this is just my interpretation. So he's clocked on that this is where they're going to fight now. He looks back at Watling Street. The trees cover his flank to his left, right and the rear. The incline to the position would give a further defensive advantage. This will be the battlefield. And then I do the moments later thing. Arrives at the front where Legata, Serias and Vesnas are. We shall fight them here. The terrain shall be our extra man. Yeah, definitely. Quick, right, so the army are at Venonis now. It's at the rear of the group. He stops his horse and looks back in the direction of Verulenium. The settlement burns. Can Londinium and Camulodunum be seen as well? Can be faintly seen too. The army is here and ready. Right, so this guy, he's on about Posthumus here. Posthumus has refused to aid, it's just us now. And this Vestinus guy, he's not happy because he thinks they're going to get their ass kicked. And this guy is in the middle of it as well. There's a bit of, I won't say banter with that, but they sort of give him shit and it's like, no, you're going in the middle. People trapped in burning homes. The Celts kill anyone who remains. So, what's the king? Throws a torch at it, the place goes up in flame. Yeah, so he's not in it this time. In the last sort of distinct version of this, like my very first draft, I had it where they killed this guy. He had a different name as well back then. Because like I said, the historical people, they can't agree on whose name is who. Vestinus and Agricola meet to discuss the forthcoming battle. We meet the barbarians here in Mancetter, place of the chariots, I think that means. Just off Watling Street. Funnel them into our volleys, the incline will tire them, reducing the ferocity during a short attack. What are the flanks and rear? We've got the cover. It's our best chance to defeat them. And no way of escape. Surely we shall be overrunning with no way of escape. Yeah, so that's Vestinus again. He's not happy. He's correct in his assessment. They won't have the ability to break our shield wall on such terrain, but in their folly they shall think so and attack with full force. Into our volleys. The only reason my legion fell was because we were ambushed en route. If we faced them in a pitched battle, our superior weaponry and tactics would have rendered the greater numbers mute. Yeah, so he's confident. The only reason my legion fell was because we were ambushed. If we faced them, what does the software want? If we had faced them. Right, fair enough. If we had faced them in a pitched battle, they know about that bit. It's already been said. If we had faced them in a pitched battle, we would have rendered their greater numbers mute. I'm surprised no one's giving him shit here again. I think Vestinus might give him shit later on. Everyone's just a dick to him. And he didn't even do anything wrong. He got ambushed. Right, so I think this is right. 7,000 legionaries between those two legions. I'd say a little north of 10,000 with the cavalry and auxiliary. 10,000 we will certainly perish. They are not seasoned warriors like us. Most are farmers, merchants and smiths. Women even. Full stop. They've not witnessed war nor the true might of Rome, and when they do their spirit shall break. Yeah, so Vestinus is giving a look to Agricola to sort of back him up. And Agricola's like, well, you know, in victory or defeat, this battle shall echo through the halls of history for all time. He's right about that. He's sort of just going along with it. He's like, yeah, shit's happening, so we just do what we can. You can hear voices of Celtic warriors outside. It's in front of a small fire alone, she prods it. Right, I wanted her to have a bit of an emotional moment here. How are you getting on? How are you holding up? How are you holding up? As well as I could be. Yeah, so I tried. Right. Many desire the power we have as monarchs, but they don't understand the cost. Do you ever get lonely? Sometimes, but his son's dead. My friends keep me company. That's it. I think I know what inspired this. So I saw a video of Elon Musk. What did he say now? He says something like, I sleep alone most nights. I don't have to, but I do. Because he was asked about being lonely. He said his mind was a storm as well. I really like that quote. My mind is a storm. I've got that in another project. Sometimes with my son and my friends keep me company. I sleep alone every night. I don't have to, but I do. I could take the hand of any woman in my kingdom, but none compared to my wife. Oh, I know where this is from. Her dead is so much better than anyone else alive. Oh, what's he called now? A scientist. A scientist did a letter to his dead wife. And it was heartbreaking. And he said, you dead is so much better than anyone else alive. I forget his name. I know his name, but it's just not on the top of my head. How did she pass, if you don't mind my asking? How does she pass, if you don't mind my asking? In childbirth, she died right there in my arms. All I could do was watch. Yeah, so this is like a reference about my granddad again. It's been so long I can't even remember her face anymore. Well, I can remember his face, but only when he was dead. But he's saying I can't even remember her face anymore. Now my son, she died twice. Ah, oh, that's so heartbreaking. That actually is really sad. I cannot begin to imagine the profundity of the pain of profundity. That's such a sweaty word. Is that a bit too much? I cannot. Oh my God! Why is it making me laugh? This is so sad. It's so sad, but that word's making me laugh. Oh man, cannot begin to imagine. What about the depth of the pain? The depth of the pain of losing a child, your only child. Have I messed that up? You are only, yeah. Your only child. I don't think it's truly hit me yet. The war is keeping me distracted. Honestly, I don't think I'll see its end. I don't think I want to see its end. Aw. He does die. He has kind of given up. I don't think it has truly hit me yet. The war is keeping me distracted. Honestly, I don't think I'll see its end. I don't think I want to see its end. Oh, that just reminded me of my Conquest of Gaia at the end. When the character says, I want to not exist. I want to have never existed. Oh, man. I don't think I want to see its end. You will, my lord. You will find another purpose. Your people need you. I worry for the coming fight. If I have the strength to guide my kingdom to victory. Yeah, brave Boudica. It's not about wielding a... Yeah, I wanted to kind of make a point of this. It's not about wielding a sword in battle. Our army are here because of you. I wouldn't have warred Rome alone. My people's spirit was broken until I told them of you. That is your power, man or woman, we care not. History will know that a woman rallied Albion against the infinite might of Rome, and she won. You're not just the mother of 2 girls, you're now the mother of this army. That's a woman's power, to shift the hearts of men. Let us men fight for the valour on the battlefield. You fight the battle for the heart and soul. Is that? I think that's good. That's actually alright. I actually think that's decent, you know. I come up with some decent stuff sometimes. You speak too kindly of me, I cannot direct the battle. Let songs be sung of you and my war chiefs, for our victory shall come from you. Oh. Yeah, so it's between... Why is there... I need to make my mind up, which is it? Did he say 10,000? It's between 10 and 12,000. 7,000 legionaries. I'd say a little north of 10,000 with cavalry and auxiliary. Right, let's just say that they got a few more recruits. The 12,000 strong Roman army camps on the land. Plinius shows Agricola and Cerealis how they're gonna set up. Auxiliaries and carriers on the flanks as usual. As they approach, we send our 2 velas into their mass. We hold the line until they're about to engage. We then counter-attack in wedge formation. Walk them back. We dictate the pace of the battle. The cavalry shall flank them and keep them ahead of us at all times within a central channel. Yeah, so this guy here, Vestinus, is like, oh, can I take the right flank? Why? Preferences on, you know, because he thinks, oh, if he's on the side, he could get out, he could escape if needs be. Agricola's like, first call for the left. But I think him and Cerealis they have cavalry, don't they? So cavalry should be on the flank. And Governor Pellinus. So he's like, yeah, your legates are a little softer on the belly, Governor. And then Vestinus sees his ass. You sentence your legion to death. You're the one vying for an out. I've never abandoned my legion in battle, never will. I'd sooner follow my own sword than flee with my pitiful life. You will take the centre, Vestinus. He's not happy about that. Cerealis shall take right with his cavalry. Agricola on the left with the Gemina cavalry. I've done the is. I need to be more active. Legatus Vestinus holds his tongue. Hopefully that gets the point across. Advise your centurions and rest up. Then leaves, Agricola follows. Yeah, so he's like, I'm definitely dead. Do I need to replace you, Legatus? If this is your will and our best chance of victory, I'll see you through it. That's a bit similar to Boromir. You know, if this is the will of the council, then Gondor shall see it done. North of 200,000 Celts now, with nobles in chariots, women and children too in wagons. Convinced of victory, they have come to watch. Celts from all over Britain have come. Oh God, Agricola's face drops as he looks on in the distance. Furnace looks on. The Celts march forth a couple miles away. Strangely, you cannot help but smile. I don't know whether to remove that. Looks as though the entirety of Britannia has come to fight us. I don't know, would he get a... To be fair, if I was in their position, if I was looking across and I saw that, I probably would almost laugh. In like a... Like, yeah, I'm probably dead, but it's funny, innit? It's like, I don't know, if there was a mega tsunami and you would have stood on the beach and there's a mile high wave coming at you, it's like, what's the point in running? It's like, just smile. You know, you're looking death in the face, just smile. There's nothing else you can do, really. Looks as though the entirety of Britannia has come to fight us. The Celts have set up a camp. Boudica looks across the field at the Roman camp. She's lost in deep thought. This is it. They are right there. Tomorrow destiny will come. I don't know if that's a bit flowery for her screenplay. But it gets the point across. Like, she's looking at them. And it is right. You know, this is it. They're right there. This is... Everything has come to this moment. It's scary quiet except for a few faint voices outside. Can't sleep, just close your eyes and think of home. Are you scared, mother? Very. Tomorrow we will stand before our army and bolster their spirits for the coming battle. That is our duty as queen. We may not be able to go sword to sword with the Romans, but we can give our brave men the courage to. Yeah, that's very important. And she says, I don't think I could do that. I pray you'll never have to. If we win, you shouldn't have to. I tell you what, I think the dialogue's alright, you know. I'm getting quite into it. Surprisingly. I mean, I hope it's good. I'm sat here sort of massaging my own ego a bit. It better be bloody good, otherwise it'd be embarrassing. No, I think it's alright. It's still in the early stages. I know it's not perfect. It's not going to be. I need to improve a lot of the action lines. And I can always improve the descriptions. And, you know, I've been doing it for less than 5 years. I'm not a professional. I can't expect perfection. I was pretty impressed with... When I got my first readable draft of this, the consultant I worked with, he said it was reasonably decent off the back. And it's definitely better now. But the fact that... And even my Conquest of Gaeta, he said the first one of that was decent as well. So it's good the fact that I can sort of... My first proper... I say first draft. I go through it a handful of times because it's unreadable. My first actual draft is unreadable. It's literally spelling mistakes every 3 words. And it's a bare bones draft because I don't structure. Then it takes me a few goes to sort of expand it and build upon it. And then I'll use that software to make sure there's no errors. Well, get most of them out. Then maybe look at it again, and then I then call that my first proper draft. You know, it's readable. So I suppose you could say this is kind of like a secondish draft. Because I had the feedback, I've made some changes and improvements. But I know it's still early days. Like I said, the start of February. It's barely 2 months ago. Which is crazy because it feels like I wrote this years ago when I didn't. Started it in December. Just close your eyes and think of home. Tomorrow will stand before him and boast of their spirits. That is our duty as queen. We may not be able to go sword to sword with the Romans, but we can give our brave men the courage to. Right. It's not back surrounded by. Right, so this is a bit of a dream. Probably not necessary, but I don't know. I just thought, I don't know. I don't really like dreams. There's a couple of there's a dream in my Conquest of Garter, but it works with the mechanics of the universe. As in, the dream specifically shows something that happened in a past life to the person. But it's because the character who's imposing the dream on them, it's their best way of communicating with that person through the logistics of the universe itself. Whereas this is just a flat out dream. So she lies on her back, surrounded by the bodies of her Celtic army. Nearby, Governor Paulinus stabs a dying Celt. He turns to Boudica. She crawls through the corpses. He strides faster, flashes of a demonic eagle. That kind of reminds me of when Anakin and Ahsoka were fighting in the dream world or whatever. Not the dream world, but the in-between world in this Ahsoka series. And he sort of flashes as Darth Vader for a minute. It's a pretty epic scene, that. I didn't like that series, but that scene was good. Flashes of a demonic eagle morph as him. He raises his sword to kill. Boudica cowers, and then it ends. Synascus wakes her up. It's time. Celts prepare for battle. A woman helps her husband put on some Roman armour which he looted. Some are itching for the fight, some are quiet, ruminating as they look upon the Romans 1 mile away. Yeah, that would have been pretty crazy, that. I don't know if I'm missing a comma. Should be fine. A row of wagons in a semicircle formation covers the rear of the Celtic army. Women and children. See, this is going to trap everyone. This kills thousands of people because of this. Women and children in the thousands are present. It's so incredibly busy. Boudica looks across the field at the Romans. This is their mighty army. Yeah, he thinks they're going to win. They are so few, our victory will be swift. I think we should divide the tribes into 2 unified blocks. Our warriors will want to fight alongside their kin. I think this is what happened as well. So long as we both march and attack together on the field, we are one. How should we approach? We can send in the chariots first. Soften the Romans as the army marches behind. Chariots shall retreat before the army arrives, else they will be trapped. I will lead this initial charge, which she does, but she doesn't get involved in the fighting. I shall keep a safe distance from the javelins, you needn't worry about me. If your mind is made. Ensure the warriors on the front line are well shielded. Dodgy name. I also feel we should put our best a few lines back, we don't want them dying in the volleys. The Romans will attack in wedge formations, it's crucial we do not let them determine the rhythm of the fight. Tell your men to hold off on the indent in their line, or they shall be easy pickings. Hopefully our numbers will ultimately overwhelm them. I'm certain it will. She's wrong. Sits in the mud looking at the Celts. He silently ponders what's to come. Quite the sight, isn't it? It'll be even nicer on the flank. Oh, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Tell that to my legionaries' families when they undoubtedly perish in them. How's that funny? Tell that to my legionaries' families when they undoubtedly perish in the middle of that horde. Oh man. He survives. He survives, though. Oh, man. Why is that tickled me? You'll be even nicer on a flank, you'll be fine. Tell that to my legionaries families and undoubtedly perish in the middle of that horde. Oh, man. Puts war paint on her face, ready for battle. Yeah, I think this is something she would have done. Can I have some? Yeah, she gives the war paint to them. Mighty warriors you are. Killer position. Boudica finds Thanatos who mentally prepares for the forthcoming fight. Can that be better said? Mentally prepares for the yeah. Finds Thanatos who mentally prepares for the coming fight. Thanatos, you shall come with me. I much desire to meet our foes. So this, admittedly, isn't in the history. So what I do, Boudica and Paulinus meet up now. I think they said it didn't happen. Usually this would happen in battles back in the day. Normally the rulers would go into the field and then they meet and they chat and then go back. I don't think it happened, but it's not impossible for it to happen, but I do like what they say to each other. Celts nervously watch. Paulinus is at the front of his troops with Legatus, Agricola and Cerealis. If they pull any tricks, volley them. Boudica rides a chariot with Thanatos. They stop a few hundred metres away from the Romans. Governor Paulinus and Cerealis meet Boudica. Silence. Paulinus removes his helmet. He looks past Boudica at the Celtic armour. You think yourself a king, woman. You'll meet a king's end today. I like that line. Yeah, she's doing the whole Jen thing again. So Thanatos whispers to Boudica what he's saying. I could make a queen of you, sir. She's closer, glaring at Boudica with the coldest intent. When you return to your people, I want you to look in their faces. Know that you are responsible for the death of every one of them. Know that their bodies shall fertilise his land for generations. You speak with such confidence of victory. Have you eyes, Roman? There are many more of us. This battle favours us. So this is Thanatos saying what she said. This battle favours us. Look at the numbers. How can you be so confident of victory? Tell her this word for word. Every man, woman and child, every animal you have dragged here today, all shall soon know the unforgiving might of Rome. None will be spared. You do not have the stomach for the ultra-violence that is to come. And tell her this, should you have the misfortune of life when I find you, I daren't speak of the punishment the Emperor would inflict upon you. Pray to your gods for a swift death this day. So then he fucks off. But then Cerealis hangs back for a minute and he just says, may the gods favour the righteous, and then he fucks off. I want his head. But she won't get it. Jumps out of Boudica's chariot. He helps Vanossi and Henry inside. If you ride with us, do not get within javelin range. So Thanatos is going to be in the chariot. They may hold off on us, but they won't for you. So Adamaris comes. I will rally my warriors, you should do yours. Remind them why we fight. May Andraste herself personally guard you. Find me when we are victorious. We shall drink from Roman skulls. That's a bit much. Touches his heart and returns. I think so. What I mean by that, it's like a. How can I describe it? Like you hold your hand to your heart and you sort of put it out. It's like a respect thing. Touches his heart, then returns to his Trinovantes warriors. What did you say to the Roman mother? That we shall defeat them once and for all? You are witness to history today. That is very true. Alright, so Paulinus and Cerealis get back to the line. Right, here we go. Yeah, they both got epic speeches coming up. Right, so the legionaries are visibly anxious, although they don't verbalise it. I might do... The Roman legionaries are secretly anxious. I think that gets it across. And then secretly anxious means they're not going to verbalise it, are they? The Roman legionaries are secretly anxious. Do a line break. Governor Paulinus trots along the line. Right, so this is a real thing. Ignore the racket made by these savages. There are more women than men in their ranks. They are not warriors. They are not even properly equipped. When they see our weapons and feel our spirit, they will crack. Stick together, throw your javelins, push forward. Knock them down with your shield and finish them with your sword. Forget about plunder and just win. And then Boudica's. Boudica stands in 24 her own ranks for the girls' cluster. Celtic warriors await her verdict. It is not as a woman descended from noble ancestry, but as one of the people that I am avenging lost freedom. My scourged body, the outraged chastity of my daughters. Roman lust has gone so far that not our very persons, not even age or virginity, are left unpolluted. So that's the main bit, and then there was like another bit. Consider how many of you are fighting today and why. Then you will win this battle or perish. Right, so I did add that bit then. That is what I, a woman, will do. The rest of Albion can live in slavery if it pleases. So I changed that bit slightly. It said apparently she said let the men live in slavery if they wish. But it feels a bit, to say that, it feels a bit girl bossy. Because it's almost like she's trying to imply her own men in a way. Which isn't true. So I sort of reworded it a little bit. So the rest of Albion can live in slavery if it pleases. So it's the same thing, it's just slightly reworded. Yeah, ferocious support. Boudica looks across at Adamaris and signals to him. She faces the Romans. In fact, one eternal moment, a tear slips down her face. Acceptance, she raises her sword. Charge. So Boudica leads the charge in a chariot. So dozens of chariots are going to ride ahead of the main army. So they obviously have to march. Battle cries and canics. Some of the younger Celts are going to be crazy hyped. The Romans silently watch as the chariots come. Celtic march. Carnixes, thunderous noise, the ground shivers. These chariots shall not break our line or spirit. And then he chirps in. Hold off on your javelins, stand your ground. So yeah, they don't want to be wasting all the javelins on just like a handful of these chariots. The chariots don't do much damage. But they obviously know that. They want the men to know. Boudica slows down and observes the noble chariots racing toward the Romans. Is there a better way of doing that? Most likely. Boudica slows. Boudica slows. And watches. The noble chariots racing toward the Romans. Probably is overall a better way of doing it. Boudica slows and watches the noble chariots racing toward the Romans. The noble chariots meet the front line, swords. The occasional cry as a Roman is hit. One Roman legionary steps out of line on the left flank. I'm just making this guy have a bit of a moment. The Roman legionary hurls a javelin at the approaching chariot horse and rolls to safety. The Iceni noble is flung out with the chariot in motion. The Roman legionary stabs him dead. Get back in line. Gods, what a belligerent fool. Do you think yourself Caesar? What? He probably would say something like that. If some... See this is just... Probably... Most definitely wouldn't have happened, admittedly. But I just thought one of them could just be a bit of a cocky bastard. It's like, do you think yourself, Caesar? A noble chariot passes into a group of Roman legionaries. The one who took the brunt of the impact perishes, and a few others are injured. Others stab the Iceni noble with javelins, killing him. They'll stab him with swords. With swords, killing him. Well, the killing him is implied, and if you're getting stabbed multiple times, stab the Iceni with... Well, it's implied with swords, isn't it? Let's be honest. Others stabbed the Iceni noble. Continue their assault, but it causes only a few Roman casualties across the front line. 5 charioteers have been killed in this assault. Right, so the Celtic army is getting closer now. So the chariots retreat and ride toward the flank so they aren't caught in the way of the oncoming brawl. So Boudica joins these guys. The Celts at the front are sprinting now, itching for the fight. The incline and mud weighs them down. We're going to do a volley. The Roman legionaries equip javelins. We want it to be as less words as possible. To be fair, I'm probably missing loads of stuff. I'm just sort of whizzing through it. Normally I wouldn't be whizzing through this quick. I'm sort of just trying to... In a way, I'm kind of just getting into the story and almost forgetting I'm supposed to be editing it. Right, where am I? Ready a volley. Thousands of javelin rain on the oncoming Celts. A javelin impales 2 Celtic warriors at once. I don't know if that's possible, but it's quite the visual. Javelins plough into torsos and limbs. Hundreds of dead Celts. Those lucky enough to have used the shield to block the javelins have to discard it, so they're unprotected now. The sight strikes fear in some of the younger Celts. Another javelin volley tears through the mass of Celtic warriors. Many take javelins to the torso, now their shields are gone. Ooh, yeah. A lot of the oomph of the initial charge has dampened. They're calling for a wedge. Across the front line, we don't need hole, it's implied. Form a wedge. Form a wedge, well, the formation is implied as well. Form a wedge across the front line. Go and march toward the Celts in a counter-attack. The two forces meet face to face, sword to sword, shield to shield. So this will all be just crazy action now. Roman swords. Well, do I put gladius? Roman swords ram into Celtic flesh, bodies drop, bodies trampled, dead and dying. I've already done that earlier on. The Roman steamroller tramples the Celts. As they progress downhill, the terrain now favours them greatly. Boudica looks back and watches the... In fact, Boudica watches the battle from the relative safety of the flank. Come on, fighters, come on. I don't think she needs to say that. Paulinus well, himself is implied in it, let's be honest. When Paulinus now meets the deceased bodies of the Celtic front line, he kills off any surviving injured Celts. It's an utter brawl at the front. The Romans are steadfast and disciplined. They cut through the Celts with ease. Very true. Dread on her face. It's clear the Romans are winning so far. Are we winning, mother? She puts on a brave face. Yes, yes we are. Boudica looks behind. The semicircle of wagons. This is going to kill thousands. No, they will trap the retreating Celts should the battle continue this way, and she knows it. So now the cavalry come in, they flank the sides of the Celtic mass, funneling them into a central channel. Despite the bravery of the Celts, they fall in droves to the might of Rome. Thousands upon thousands are dead now, injured and trampled. Few Roman casualties. Fear is beginning to set in across the Celtic army. Celts trample each other. I've used trample a few times. I'll keep it in for now. I think it's a good word. It's a bit overused here. It's a crushing parts as the Roman wedge formations separate the Celts into smaller groups at the front. So, right, yeah, here we go. We're going to have an epic one-on-one in a minute. So a young Celt crawls through the mud toward the retreating Celts. A Roman legionary goes to stab him when Fintan intervenes and slaughters the legionary. Retreats on. Some distance back in the Celtic crowd, Fintan pushes against some of the Roman legionaries and evades counterattacks. His ferocity halts their march in this area. There's a small break in the fighting in this area of the battlefield. Fintan grabs the young Celt and takes him to safety. Right, so it sort of stopped a bit here, at this little part of the battle anyway. The Celts stare down the Romans, dead bodies all around. Rotation. So, yeah, they... Huge... Right, here we go. Front swap out for a fresh line. The huge Roman legionary Justus forces himself to the front during the swap. Fintan stares down Justus. Fintan looks at his dad. Gives a look to his father. A wince, he's not retreating. Justus slams his shield into the grass and marches forth. Barbarian, but he'll say that in English. The two armies, just let them go at it. Like, why not? So this is inspired by something I saw. I think it was a game. I don't play this game, but it was a clip from it. This absolute unit of a guy just one-on-ones this Celtic looking guy. But the Celtic looking guy somehow sneakily wins, whereas I don't do that here. Right. Someone's sword from a Celt's corpse. It's just his armour. In motion, Justus bats Fintan with his sword on the side, sending him into the mud but not cutting him. Justus walks forth and swings down. Fintan evades and stabs Justus in the leg. Justus backarms Fintan and yanks the blade out of his leg, casting it into the mud. He strides onward with a limp, but the adrenaline is overcoming. Fintan parries a strike with his axe, then stands. Fintan hits Justus's helmet and torso armour in 2 quick strikes. It does nothing. Mess out. Justus shoulder charges Fintan. He stumbles back. Swing, evade, swing. Justus knocks the weapon from Fintan's grip as he blocks. Fintan falls with the force. Fintan stands and punches. Justus catches his arm in motion, headbutt with the additional impact of the helmet. Fintan stumbles back in a daze. Justus grabs Fintan, blade to his throat. He glares at the Celts before him, at Skak, and slashes. Fintan drops dead. It is a very meaty paragraph, that. I hope it comes out alright. It is a bit... I don't like it when it's like that, but it... Again, the only reason I'm keeping it in one paragraph, if I break that up into 5 different things, it's like there's 5 different things going on. Whereas because there's such a massive battle going on, I kind of want... If there's an actual fight, I kind of want each line break to be that. The Romans use this to march up to and beyond Justus, engaging the Celts again. Despite the limp trudges on to meet them. He's brutally killed, landing in the mud, his dead eyes locked with Fintan's. Roman feet tread on them. Wow. I think that could be epic if it's done right. In my head, this one-on-one is an absolute mint fight. And then that's obviously really sad. He is to observe from the flank the Roman cavalry is getting close to her position. Celts are in near full retreat at this point. Many have abandoned the fight and simply flee for their lives, but they are trapped between the Romans and themselves. You need to leave now. Just the carnage, mouth for Kate Boston. Danger, Your Majesty. Go. Right. Adamaris is in the thick of it. He deflects Roman swords as he retreats. Many of his tribe huddles to protect him. So Gormus is telling him to retreat. Hope it's rallies warriors. It does for a short time. Roman wedge formations trap. Groups of Celts. The Roman wedge formations trap groups of Celts in localized killing zones. Gormus Boudica grabs Adamaris. We're about to be pinned. Weave. Looks at Gormus. Gormus shoves him. Fall back. So he reluctantly retreats. Yeah, Gormus is going to have an epic death here. Sit down on Roman's head. He swings his axe onto a Roman's head and shield. It gets stuck. Sword to the gut, yank. Gormus stumbles back, breathless, clutching his abdomen. Falls to his knees, looking at the carnage around him. Dead men glare at him. Others beg for mercy. Those injured but still alive. Squealing. Snatches a sword and attacks. The centurion severs Gormus' arm, rams his sword into his guts. Into his gut. Centurion pulls out. Gormus falls to his knees. A Roman legionary stands over him. Stabs him in the throat. Nasty. So he sees Gormus die. Oh lad the bard. Oh lad the bard's gonna get killed. Crawling back, he looks up at the oncoming Roman legionary. It seems my song comes to an end unless we could be friends. No. The singer song will never end. That's what they say. They say in the game, the singer song will never end. I'm trying to think. They do say something similar to this. It seems my song is rather long. Something like on second thought, just kill me now, or something like that. The bard parries a strike. The legionary stabs him in the stomach. Stab, ferocious and swift. Stab to the chest. That is brutal. The Romans increased the pace of the advance. I might delete that. Wagons. Move these wagons and retreat. Frantic women and children flock the area. The Roman march continues, carving through the retreating Celts. Right, here we go. Oglic's gonna get his head lopped off, isn't he? Yeah, he's gonna, yeah. They all die. Ogbor's dead as well. Hodlick Headlopper pushes a Roman legionary's face into the mud. Imagine that. He snatches his bludgeon off the ground and bashes his legionary's head. He roars at the Roman legionary's head. One throws a dagger at him. He rips it out, licks the blood and throws it back. That's a Lurtz reference, isn't it, from Lord of the Rings? He charges and bludgeons the hand of a legionary as he goes to stab. Swivel and Bosch Hoglick hits the face of the legionary with his bludgeon. Two others stab him, he falls to his knees, stabbed through the throat from both sides by the same legionaries. So that's like a tag team double stab. I tell you what, that reminds me of something in 300. Ogbor the Defiant further across the battlefield takes a Roman sword to the gut, so he's gonna die. The flanks are covered, so the Celts are being funneled toward the line of wagons that will act as a wall, preventing many more from escaping. By now there are north of 50,000 dead Celts. Only 300 Roman casualties. Come on, get them moved. Women try to shift the wagons with little success. Right, so she's trying to find that lass now. So, well, it's implied she's stuck. She pushes through the crowd toward Boudica. Spots Aif's raised hand as she pushes through. Yeah, she knows what's about to happen now. They're getting their asses kicked. Really, I mean, now meet the line of wagons. Women and children are amongst the carnage in the hundreds. It's complete disarray as people seek to escape. They crush and trample each other. So Addo's in the thick of the fighting again. He can't retreat any further. He and several Trinovantes face down the Romans ahead of them. Terrifying battlecry charges, the action rouse the others. Swords meet shields, flailing, screaming men. Addo parries an attack and barges the legionary shield. Some sort of deployment. Another legionary slashes at his chest. Another pierces his neck from the side, yank 2 swords through the abdomen. Here we go. Mog Flame of War, he's off his head. Launches small axe at the Roman, one hits its mark. A Roman legionary blocks an axe with his shield, then yanks a javelin out of a dead Celt and throws it at Mog. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so they're all dying one view, like one on one. Oh, I can't speak. One by one now. Sinaiticus and several nobles lead an attack on Agricola's side. Agricola throws his javelin at Sinaiticus' horse, causing him to crash and land in the mud unconscious. So Sinaiticus gets captured in a minute and then killed, causing him. Yeah. I'll leave that as it is. Governor Paulinus is at the rear of the Roman armour. He climbs over body after body, stabbing any who are alive. One young Celtic farmer's son, 14, has a severed arm. A severed arm and his guts. Hang out. Blood everywhere, hyperventilating. Don't kill me. This is a Hebrew. He readies his sword, the young boy whimpers, begging for life. Paulinus stabs him in the heart. So Paulinus looks across the battlefield, 60,000 dead. The sight even breaks his seasoned heart. He silently and subtly weeps. I don't know if he would, but I kind of wanted to humanise him a bit. Right, so Vestinus is still alive. So he's stepping over bodies, he's stabbing people. He steps on an injured Celt who instinctively sits up, screaming in pain. Vestinus slashes him with equal instincts. My fucking heart, barbarian, you'll seize its beat. Like, as Vestinus continues to go and put, looks as though victory is at hand. Forgive my reservations pre-battle, Governor. I clearly underestimated the prowess of our army. But Paulinus is trying to hide that he's upset. We haven't won until every one of them is dead, so get to it. By now, Romans are pinned. Fleeing Celts all the way back to their original position. Celts perish in the crush. That'd be so bad. I don't know how they would film this. The wagons act as an impenetrable wall. Some manage to pry a gap to escape. Any who can escape frantically flee. Women and children are being disregarded. The Romans continue their steady march. The cavalry and auxiliaries have completely shut off the flanks. The Celts cannot escape from the sides. The Romans continue to cut down Celts in droves. Extreme skill, precision and tactical acumen. That's a sweaty word as well. Acumen. A child is stuck on the ground, being trampled. Every attempt they make to stand and flee is subdued by Celtic feet. The child's head is forced into the mud, suffocating. Bloody hell. That's intense. And the centurion scoured this area of the battlefield, stabbing injured Celts, particularly noble charioteers. Sinaiticus wakes with a broken leg. He groans in agony. He groans. He groans, seeing the approaching centurion. He crawls away. We have a straggler. Turns and raises his hand in submission. Have mercy, I'm of no threat to you. Legatus, this one speaks Latin. The Romans slaughter every Celt in their path, warrior, woman, and child, all the same. They kill even the baggage animals carrying the wagons. That's true. Keep moving forward, kill them all. So yeah, they're just stabbing everything and everyone now. I must push beyond the wagon line and create a space to continue after the fleeing Celts. So this is just beyond the Celt position. Small skirmishes continue in the retreat. Paulinus helps an injured centurion who screams in agony. Well, in agony is implied in it, let's be honest. Who screams from a deep sword wound. Getting treated. I have a dozen already. So Claudio, whatever. Chirungus Claudio or whatever. He's a medic. He's basically what they call medics. I think Chirurgus is a medic, but then Claudio might be that guy's name. I've messed that up. I have a dozen already. He takes precedent. Drags Sinaiticus through the pile of bodies and drops him before Paulinus. This one speaks Latin. Ah, my friend, my little Latin-speaking friend. Latin-speaking barbarian friend. Oh, I think I got this from my friend, my little feline. That's what I say to the past. I think I got it from a guy where, my friend, my cleaner friend, or something like that. That's what he says. Where's the ginger whore? I haven't had the pleasure of seeing her corpse. I haven't the knowledge. I lost sight of her earlier in the battle. Quite the wound you have there. You won't be walking for a while, if ever. Right, there's a woman is stuck under a pile of bodies. What have we here? She isn't a warrior. Leave her be. I'll spare her life if you give me your right hand. He doesn't. You're a cold, heartless cunt. Do you know that? How many of Rome's women and children have you killed in your plunder of our cities? Which is true. They both think they're right, but they're both wrong and right. No one's a hero in this story. You came to our land, slaughtered our people, stole our young, our crops and wealth, indebted us with your money. Fuck off to Rome, would you? Oh, I long deeply for the sight of Rome, for I seem to have forgotten its beauty. I've witnessed many a battle, none with death like this. I imagine this is what Tartarus looks, sounds and smells like. Yeah, imagine that. Stands on his leg, it's not so easy fighting an army, is it? You should pray that the gods harbour mercy we don't possess. I'm missing a full stop. Paulinus pokes Sinaiticus in the throat. Sinaiticus chokes on his own blood. I think that's similar from something in Game of Thrones as well. When Ned Stark's daughter, why do I forget her name? The young one. She pokes that guy in the throat and he chokes. It's a similar thing to that. When this war is over, there won't be a home standing, a field unburned in your God-forsaken kingdom. Know this. If not by my sword, your people will starve. I'll wipe you off the fucking map, as we should have done so long ago. Only then will I return home. Behold the grace of the Silver City. Know the love of my wife and daughter again. I don't know if he had a daughter. I'm assuming he had a wife. But you wouldn't have seen them for a long time. Because I did search that up. Would the children and wife have been in Britain? I don't think they would have. I think it said they weren't. Yeah, so they're saying that there's about 400 dead Romans. And the barbarians, they can't tell how many barbarians. We'll be counting for days. There's about 80,000. Collect our dead, let the land feast on the rest. The sight shall deter them from revolting again. I think that's what happened. I think they did just leave all the bodies there, you know. Imagine that. Oh, man. Right, so the battle's over now. So they're just creating a random camp in a countryside. They're going back home now. Boudica has put up a tent against her chariot and tucks the girls into animal hides for the night. What becomes of us? I don't know. Why did the gods want us to lose? I don't know. Yeah. You were brave, Mummy. Father would be so proud. Oh, sometimes bravery isn't enough, dear. You get some rest now. I'll be home in a couple of days. Might have took a bit longer than that. Hundreds of surviving Celts have set up camp for the night. Boudica finds Aeth. I need to find Synatagus and our war chiefs. Search far and wide for them. Synatagus, Skaki's dead, your master. Are there any other Trinovantes here? Here, he's a randomer. Have you seen Adidomaris? I haven't. And then some other guys like, he's dead. Gomus too, I saw them, they were trapped. Synatagus fell in a cavalry charge. Skak I do not know. Hoglet was seen in the thick of the fighting. The man doubts he lived. What happens now? I advise you to travel as far south or north as your legs permit. Take refuge in a client kingdom. Do not speak of this battle to anyone. You were not there. What about us? I shall return home with what remains of our warriors. I'll decide from there our course of action. She poisons herself. Boy watches thousands of Iceni warriors approach the kingdom. Boudica leads them. The boy smiles and runs off. He thinks that they've won. Rides a chariot with her daughters dead-eyed, bags under her eyes, yeah. Survivors of the battle continue their walk home. I'm gonna greet him. Right, the boy is at the front of the crowd with his mother. His father finds him in the crowd. Did we win? Did we win? Father looks at his mother, she knows. People crowd around Boudica. Right, so I give the robot its due, it helped me with this. It isn't word for word what the robot said, but it gave me a bit of a base to work with. Because what I originally had, I knew it was shit. So I might look. Boudica's just got home, they've lost a battle. She needs to give a speech to the people. Help me. And it gave me something that was workable. I turn to you today not as your victorious queen, but as one who has witnessed the weight of our struggle against the Roman tide. Though we fought bravely, the battle has not favoured us, and the shadow of Rome looms ever larger. They will come to extinguish the embers of our spirit and the essence of our freedom. We have lost much, our brave warriors, our kin. But in our sorrow let us remember our fight was not in vain. Albion fought as one on the battlefield, and our defiance will echo to the far reaches of their empire. They may have claimed victory, but they have not claimed our hearts. I hope you all can forgive my failure. And then they're saying that they can still fight. There are still thousands of us able and willing. The other tribes shall rally us. The other tribes shall join us. I fear the time for fighting has come and passed. The other tribes will not aid us now. The Romans will come for me and they will slaughter all in their path. I have asked you to follow me into battle, but now I ask that you protect yourselves and your families. Pilgrim to a client kingdom. I hope that works. I'm assuming this is what a lot of them would have done this, because the Romans were obviously going to come and kick their ass. If they come for you, then we shall fight them again and die if we must. Yeah, so she's at the burial site of Prasutagus. We won't soon be strangers. I don't know if this is true, but I'm assuming something like this might have happened. I don't think she would have killed her daughters. I think she would have sent them away. But I think she poisoned herself. She either poisoned herself or died from a wound after a battle, but the historians lean more to poisoning, and poisoning makes more sense. If I bet your uncle will care for you for now, when it's safe we'll see each other again. She knows that's a lie. She knows this is untrue. Well, that's implied. Quiet, quiet now. I need you to be brave for me. One day you will be queen of a beautiful kingdom. Pray that you shall have a far longer and happier reign than I. Fate wills it so, my sweet sunflowers. Remember me not as your queen, but as your mother. When the girls are gone, Boudica breaks down. King where King Prasutagus would be. Please don't do this. They will touch me in ways you do not know. I will not give them the satisfaction. Yeah, so ugly silence works. Was it injudicious of me to lead our people to war? No, we had to fight after what they did. Don't be here when the Romans come. Be in peace. I've used that in 3 different screenplays. I actually have used that at the end of 3 different screenplays. Fire torches light the night, the entire kingdom joins the funeral procession. So yeah, so Boudica's dead now. Boudica's body burns, Ace watches tearfully. And I thought this was nice to end it. Well, not nice, but as in... So they're all doing the ceremony. You can see where Boudica's buried. Like the mound. Well, her body burns, but there's a mound that's going to be built on it. And then we fade to the Romans are in the kingdom, so you see the crackling of the fire, the distant screaming. Distant screaming. Paulina stands before Boudica and King Prasutagus' burial mounds. King Prasutagus' estate burns behind it. The entire kingdom is ablaze. I think that's what would have happened. We don't know where she's buried, but I'm assuming it'll be sort of where she lived. Yeah, so he's standing over the grave. And the entire kingdom burns. Wow, okay. I was actually really getting into that. I spoke out most of that. I normally don't do that. But I was really getting into it. I hope it's good. I think it's alright. There's definitely a story here for an epic movie. You know, whether this script gives it justice or not, I don't know. I think I can definitely make something amazing out of this. You know, maybe 5 years from now, I could probably look back at this and really make it something special. Yeah. I've noticed as well when I rewatched the Bloody Mary video, you may as well put me on like 1.5 speed. I speak so slow. Didn't realise how slow I speak. I think I'm not doing too bad at the talking. I talked loads in this. Because I thought me doing this, I would just not speak for like 20 minutes at a time. I thought I'd be too nervous. But surprisingly, I don't feel nervous during it. I'll sit here at my laptop for 20 minutes hovering over the start recording button. But once I get into it, it's not too bad. You know, I hope people, if anyone watches it, I mean, no one really watches this sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm not doing it for fame and views. I suppose it's more, I have a crippling anxiety of being seen, and I suppose something like this, I'm putting not just myself but also my work out there. And I'm opening myself up for criticism. You know, someone could tear into this and be like, this is the biggest pile of shit I've ever seen. And it would be very hurtful if someone did. You know, I definitely used to be shit. If you looked at my original Conquest of Garta, not just the book, but also when I first started doing the screenplays, it was fucking awful. I do feel embarrassed. I do feel embarrassed about the book. But I was a novice. I'd just got out of uni, never done writing in my life. I did science at uni. Started writing in January 2019, published that book in October 2019. Full of spelling errors, probably. Terribly written, terrible dialogue, wooden characters. But the story itself is amazing, and I fully believe in the story. Which is why I recently rewrote it this year. Because it was one of them. I was a novice writer, wrote the book. Then when I started screenwriting, what was the first story I did? The Conquest of Garta. But I was a novice screenwriter, so it was shit. And I did a TV pilot version a couple of years ago that was better. But it always should have been a movie trilogy. And then I recently rewrote it this year, and it's in a reasonable place now. I'm semi-confident in it now. But the difference between now and we'll call it 4 years ago is night and day. It's crazy how much I've improved. So I suppose I've just got to take the positives. You know, it's easy to sit here and be super critical on yourself. I need to give this one a good edit. I wrote this maybe 2.5 years ago. And then I didn't look at it for about 2 years. And then I gave it another few edits. Maybe about 8 months ago, maybe. So it's in an okay place, but I definitely need to improve it. And I want to change something as well. I was stifling one of the characters because I was afraid of what people would think. And I don't know why. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest with that. Honest with that character. And just do what I want to do. That's almost a personal reference as well. The BMI test, it said I was tickling obese even though I still had visible abs. You're gonna call me a fat fuck on the BMI test. That one's, I was gonna say, this seems a bit slow here, but it does actually start with a bang. Because the king and queen get assassinated pretty much right here, page 5. Yeah, bang. So that's what I mean about starting with a bang. I much prefer that. Whereas Bloody Mary was a bit slower. Yeah, so I've called that Boudica Queen of Celts. But yeah, hopefully it's alright. Hopefully my voice isn't too annoying. I do have a tendency to slur words and speak slow. Yeah, I'll probably just call it there then. So it's in a bit.